Wheeling, if you're down there, get there. This is spectacular. Hotter weather, hotter car. Get into that Mustang, and there's tons of inventory with everything else. So get there or go online, schultzford.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Most goals have a clear course, like planning a trip. But when it comes to losing 40 or 50 pounds, that's a different story, except with Awaken 180. A clear course to fast, proven weight loss with free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast has been brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 90 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 5:30. I'm Paul Alexander. 4 people were taken to the hospital after they were shocked while working on a roof project at Grace Evangelical Lutheran Church in Beaver County. Sergeant Don Shane was the first officer on the scene.
There were 3 males down in cardiac arrest. Paramedics from Medic Rescue were working on them. 1 male had some burns and refused treatment, but officers and the medics and the fire department, emergency services worked on the victims for a while, and they were all transported to Heritage Valley Beaver.
The investigation is ongoing. An arrest has been made in connection with a shooting in Crafton Heights on Monday. 18-year-old Jamar Porch has been charged with carrying a loaded weapon, carrying a firearm without a license, and receiving stolen property. 1 man was killed, another wounded in the shooting in the 2600 block of Middletown Road. The wounded man fled in the scene in a vehicle that was stopped near the West End Circle with 3 others that were taken in for questioning. That investigation is ongoing. Pittsburgh police are investigating after a man's body was found in a stairwell of a secure apartment building in downtown Pittsburgh just before noon. Police say video from inside the building shows a man entering the stairwell in the 19th floor where he experienced some kind of trauma. Police spokesperson Emily Bourne says the stairwell has a number of pipes that intersect, and as the man fell, some of his appendages were detached from his torso. He was pronounced dead at the scene. Police say the death is not suspicious. Excitement today at the Pittsburgh Zoo and Aquarium as it receives the most significant gift in its history. News Radio KDK's David Bolorado has more.
The $10 million anonymous gift will mean 2 key parts of the zoo's master plan will now move forward. President and CEO Dr. Jeremy Goodman says construction should begin by the end of the year for a new giraffe barn, and plans will start on an ambitious new exhibit called Expedition Indonesia.
It's going to be an incredibly immersive exhibit where we're going to take people into the forest of Indonesia, through Borneo and whatnot.
Orangutans will be mixed in with siamangs and Malayan tapirs, all of which are endangered. Expedition Indonesia will take about 2 years to design, followed by another 2 years of construction. David Bolorado, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow closed down 106 points, the Nasdaq up 61, the S&P 500 down a fraction. KDK Sports, the Pirates lost to the Brewers 4-2 in Milwaukee today. The Bucks have the day off tomorrow. Open a 3-game series at home against the Mets on Friday. KDK Radio News Time is 5:33. Recently lost your health insurance or don't have insurance through an employer? Call One Health Benefits today at 724-799-8873 for affordable options. Our next update at 6 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander, the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
Okay, it's coming up on 5:35. It's a busy Wednesday rush from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. It is KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Let's get a live update on traffic. Here's Margot.
All right, Michael. Looking at the major roadways, the Parkway West outbound and the Parkway East outbound are both congested from Technology Drive. Also on the Parkway West inbound, it is slow from the airport to Robinson Town Center and then again at Green Tree Hill going into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. The Fort Duquesne Bridge is very congested and going up 28 on the outbound is moderately slow. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
There will be a thunderstorm in spots early on this evening, otherwise partly cloudy, warm and sticky, well below 73. With clouds and sunshine, very warm and humid tomorrow with a couple of thunderstorms around and a high of 88. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The weather is heating up, and so are the great savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. Save with your Coons Reward Card. All natural pork baby back ribs, $2.99 a pound. Whole seedless watermelons, $3.99 each. And selected varieties of budget saver pops, 12 to 18 count packages, $2.99 each. Additional savings in our meat department. All natural fresh chicken thighs or drumsticks, $1.29 a pound. And frozen, ready to grill swordfish steaks, 8-ounce average, $4.79 each. In our produce department, fresh southern sweet corn, $3.99 a dozen, and sweet Northwest cherries are $1.99 a pound. In our deli department, heat and serve Coons Ham Barbecue, $4.99 a pound, and old-time oven-roasted turkey breast is $8.99 a pound. And this week, selected varieties of Kraft barbecue sauce, 17.5 to 18-ounce bottles, 99 cents each.
So get into Coons Market for these hot savings now. Coons Market, your neighborhood grocer. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Sunday mornings at 6 a.m. on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, it's Tech Vibe Radio. Join hosts Audrey Russo and Jonathan Kirsting from the Pittsburgh Technology Council's Huntington Bank Studios as they bring you a front row seat to Pittsburgh's tech sector.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
All the news you need for your day and the sports, music, and podcasts you love are all on the free Odyssey app. Download now.
You've heard the stories. Now talk about them with Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Well, good afternoon. Michael Bartley in here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA. The Buccos lost today. And you know, when I was listening to Dan Zangrilli's phenomenal, and he does such a wonderful job, his post-game coverage of the Pirates losing to the Brewers. I leave the sports to the sports guys and the sports experts. They leave the controversy and the other stuff to me. Well, those two areas merged last night in Chicago. I have no clue. I maybe you can tell me why people want to be so hurtful. Why people want to be so disgustingly insensitive, so offensive, and cross the personal line. So, at last night's White Sox game in Chicago, there's a baseball player by the name of, now if I'm mispronouncing his first name, don't yell at me. I'm sure Paul Alexander, one of the sports guys, will tell me. Kettle Marte. And he's a second baseman. Okay? So he was crying uncontrollably. When I saw this video, I just melted. I had my lips were quivering in the sense of I was getting teary-eyed. A spectator at that game yelled a derogatory comment about Marte's late mother during an at-bat in his game against the White Sox. The person who yelled this derogatory comment, the Arizona manager, Torey Lovullo, I guess his name is, don't quote me on the pronunciation there, and a bench coach, Jeff Bannis, walked out and wanted the person removed from the game. The Diamondbacks baseball club confirmed that the fan was indefinitely, by the White Sox, and this is good, was indefinitely banned. They have indefinitely banned the fan from their home games. He'll never be able to come to another game. This guy, Marte, Kettle Marte, his mother, Elpidia Valdez, died in a car accident in the Dominican Republic. This fan made fun of this guy and his mother. And that manager from the Diamondbacks said to the media last night, "I just reacted as a dad would when I went out to change pitchers. I could see he was sobbing. It really hurt." And it does hurt. And it does hurt. I know it's a baseball game, and this Marte hit a home run in the first inning or something, but I don't care if it's a baseball game. I don't care if it's social media. I don't care if it's a football game. I don't care if it's a dinner party. It hurts. It really does. What are we doing? What are we doing? You know, I'm going to do traffic here in 30 seconds, but when I come back, I'm going to tell you about something I was called last night on social media because I put out a post about my show. And I didn't know that this guy, I don't know who this man is, but he ruffled feathers of loyal friends, including a Benedictine nun from Donora. A, you don't mess with Benedictine nuns. B, you don't mess with people from Donora. And C, you don't mess with my friends who I grew up with, and I live in the same. I live in the house I grew up in. And I'll tell you what happened when I get back. What is wrong with people? You know, and I calmed everybody down because people who attack other people personally with bigotry and hate, like this, they did this baseball player who cried. I would never cry. Never. I cried for him, but I wouldn't cry if somebody called me something bad. Yeah, I'll tell you what it was. I'm going to tell you the word. I'm going to tell you the word when we get back, and I'm going to tell you how I told Michael Bartley's friends who were like, I'll go kick his. Relax. Relax. You don't want to hurt him. You want to pray for him. I'll tell you why. All right? I'll tell you why when I get back. Okay, we better check traffic here from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA traffic. By the way, we're keeping an eye on some heavy weather, too. Well, don't worry about that. I'll get you going on that. Traffic powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Let's get an update with Margot Rental. Margot.
All right, Michael, on the major roadways, the Parkway West outbound and the Parkway East outbound are both congested from Technology Drive. Heading into the Squirrel Hill and Fort Pitt tunnels. The Parkway West inbound is slow through Robinson Town Center and starts back up again at the middle of Green Tree Hill. Slow moving on the Parkway North outbound. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Flood warning. The National Weather Service in Pittsburgh has issued a flash flood warning for South Central Allegheny County in southwestern Pennsylvania, East Central Washington County in southwestern Pennsylvania, Western Westmoreland County in southwestern Pennsylvania until 8:45 p.m. At 5:38 p.m., Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain over the area. Between 1 and 1.5 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts up to 0.5 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard, flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source, radar indicated. Impact, flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets and underpasses as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Gastonville, Mount Essen, Donora, Monongahela, Charleroi, New Eagle, North Belle Vernon, Wickerham Manor Fisher, Bayland, North Charleroi, Spears, Belle Vernon, Linwood Pricedale, Finleyville, Long Branch, Dunlevy and Twilight. Turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most of flood deaths occur in vehicles.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Well, these polymers aren't as flexible as batch K3.
Researcher Laurie is stretched thin.
Did you get the vulcanization analytics from V66? Oh, wait, are these rubber spores from last week?
She needs to hire new lab technicians so she can bounce back into her old self.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our matching platform lets you spend less time searching and more time connecting with candidates. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Tune in to KDKA Radio every Saturday morning at 8 a.m. for On the Money with Secure Money Advisors. Brian Caranta has tips that will make sure your retirement and income plan is ready to help provide you with a comfortable, secure retirement.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-285-0395. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-285-0395. 800-285-0395. 800-285-0395.
You're at the pharmacy counter. You plan to head for vacation, but insurance says it's too soon to refill. The copay's higher than last time, again. And now they need a prior authorization, so you wait and wait for something you needed today. At Blueberry Pharmacy, we cut all that out. No insurance games, no delays, just upfront pricing, fast delivery to Pennsylvania, Ohio, West Virginia, and Florida, and real people who actually help, like me. Call or text 412-612-2279 or visit blueberrypharmacy.com and breathe easy again.
Want to live a happier, healthier, pain-free life? Tune to Pittsburgh Works this Saturday morning at 7. Jessica Festa of the Optilux Wellness Center will feature all the services offered, including PRP, regenerative medicine, and massage therapy. Listen and heal this Saturday morning at 7.
Okay, it's a busy Wednesday from the Goldberg, Persky, and White News Desk. Here's a look ahead at the 6 o'clock news coming up with Paul Alexander. Paul.
Michael, the biggest gift in the history of the Pittsburgh Zoo and Aquarium. We have details coming up. Top of the hour right here in the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Good news for anyone planning a road trip this summer. The national average for a gallon of regular gas now $3.21. That's 23 cents cheaper than this time a year ago, according to the U.S. Energy Information Administration. And low prices at the gas pump, a major reason why inflation has been kept in check. Meantime, the Dutch oil giant Shell denying reports it's in merger talks with British-based rival BP. But after 2 days in a row of massive losses, oil was up 1% today, closed at around $65 a barrel. As for stocks, they were mostly lower, not by much, even though the Israeli-Iranian ceasefire appears to be holding. The Dow lost 107, the Nasdaq up 61, the S&P was flat. Shares of the struggling dating app Bumble up 25% after saying it's laying off a third of its staff, 240 workers. It'll reinvest most of those savings in new technology. And Taco Bell customers can now pay for their burritos on the Taco Bell app and website using PayPal and Venmo. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
It's Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Okay. I have a short segment here because we have traffic coming here up here in about a couple minutes. I really had to calm some people down today, and I'm sure at times you have to, because of the offensive ignorance of some people. So you know how we, and I do it a lot. I push out on social media what my topics will be for a certain day. We all do it, you know. So you know what we're talking about. So what was it? It was over the weekend, and because the bombing of the nuclear sites in Iran, I think it was Saturday night. So it was over the weekend, and I put on there on people to, do you think the president's right? Do you think he's wrong? Are you worried? Is this prolonged? Yada, yada, yada. And it gets a lot of reaction, tons and tons of reaction. So when I get back after Paul has the news at 6 o'clock, I'm going to tell you why I had to calm down some loyal friends because of a comment a man made about my sexual orientation. And it's a word I haven't heard in years. Years. And I even had to calm down a Benedictine sister, an Italian lady from Donora. You don't mess with her. I'm like, okay, everybody chill, because I can describe this man who made the comment in one sentence. I don't know who he is, but it's pretty simple. So I'll do that right after, coming up at 6 o'clock, okay? All right. In the meantime, I got to check traffic. It's 5:55 from the
KDKA traffic on the 5.
PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Let's get a live update with Margot Rensel. Margot?
All right, Michael, looking at the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound and the Parkway West outbound are both backed up to Technology Drive. Looking at the Parkway West inbound, it is slow up in Robinson Town Center, and going down the hill, not too bad going into the Fort Pitt Tunnel, but there is moderate traffic at the Banksville interchange. Also, the Fort Duquesne Bridge is very congested on the outbound. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Only 1 in 5 people with autism are employed, despite many having the skill set and desire to work.
Maybe it's because employers don't know what kind of jobs they can do. Like, what about a programmer?
That's a job for someone with autism.
How about a healthcare worker?
Yep, that is too. People with autism can do a lot of different jobs, but often get overlooked due to outdated stigmas. Introducing WIN by Autism Speaks. We help businesses lead the way in inclusive hiring.
What about a ranch hand?
To learn more, go to autismspeaks.org/win.
Hi, I'm Elton John. If you share my vision of a world where everyone is treated with love, respect, and dignity, join me. Learn more about the Rocket Fund at eltonjohnaidsfoundation.org. Follow us at EJAF on Instagram. Thank you.
The fighting spirit of the Marine Corps is born of battles won. Battles won within, over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. It's who we are. It's what we do. It's a promise made to you for more than 2 centuries. A promise of the Marines.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page, or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Light rain and 89 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. 4 people were taken to the hospital after they were shocked while working on a roof project at Grace Evangelical Lutheran Church in Beaver County. Sergeant Don Shane was the first officer on the scene.
There were 3 males down in cardiac arrest. Paramedics from Medic Rescue were working on them. 1 male had some burns and refused treatment. But officers and the medics and the fire department, emergency services worked on the victims for a while, and they were all transported to Heritage Valley Beaver.
Duquesne Light and OSHA are investigating, and police say their investigation is finished. They are calling it accidental. Pittsburgh police are investigating after a man's body was found in a stairwell of a secure apartment building in downtown Pittsburgh just before noon. Police say video from inside the building shows the man entering the stairwell on the 19th floor where he experienced some kind of trauma. Police spokesperson Emily Bourne says the stairwell has a number of pipes that intersect, and as the man fell, some of his appendages detached from his torso. He was pronounced dead at the scene. Police say the death is not suspicious. Crews in Connellsville continue to look for a fisherman that was reported missing Tuesday night. Mayor Greg Lincoln says that swift water teams from around the area were helping Connellsville police and the New Haven Hose Company search the area with sonar. The unidentified fisherman was along the Youghiogheny River when they went missing. Police tell KDKA Radio that there's been no change to the situation as of Wednesday afternoon. Please continue to keep the family and the individual in your thoughts and prayers, wrote Mayor Lincoln on a Facebook post. A $10 million anonymous gift to the Pittsburgh Zoo and Aquarium. News Radio KDK's David Bolorado has more.
The gift is the largest ever to the zoo. President and CEO Dr. Jeremy Goodman says it will help them move forward with 2 key parts of their master plan, a new giraffe barn and Expedition Indonesia, which will feature orangutans, Malayan tapirs, and siamangs.
They do have a throat sac, and they inflate that. It's not always inflated, but you can hear a siamang call from probably miles away.
While Expedition Indonesia will take a few years to complete, work on the giraffe barn will begin later this year. David Bolorado, News Radio KDKA.
The Pittsburgh Public School Board is expected to vote tonight to schedule the hearings needed to close down several schools. News Radio KDK's Tamara Rush has more.
The most recent proposal announced last month would close down 9 schools and reconfigure others. School Board President Gene Walker tells Larry Richard tonight's vote is not final. It's the next step in moving the plan forward.
This is the next step in the process. So the state requires that we vote to open up a public comment period that lasts no less than 3 months from the end of when folks comment on the closures.
Tonight's meeting is being streamed online at 6:30 on the Pittsburgh Public Schools YouTube channel. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow closed down 106 points, the Nasdaq up 61, the S&P 500 down a fraction. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Pirates lost to the Brewers 4-2 this afternoon in Milwaukee. Day off tomorrow. Then a 3-game set opens at PNC Park against the Mets on Friday. KDK Radio News Time, 6:03. Time to call Goldberg, Persky, and White attorneys at law, 1-800-266-7539, or visit gpwlaw.com. Light rain and 89 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA Traffic and AccuWeather. Together, next.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything, online to hybrid courses, lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Are you ready to take a walk on the wild side and have some family fun? Get to Living Treasures Animal Park in the Laurel Highlands. Living Treasures has animals from all over the world. With over 300 animals you and the family will love. Their concession stand is now open weekends for family fun. Stay at the Log Cabin Suites with up to 6 bedrooms available. Plan your staycation today at funanddonegal.com. Living Treasures Animal Park of the Laurel Highlands, where animals are loved.
Get ready for July 4th with early savings at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances and get an additional 10% off 2 or more select major appliances. Plus, get 3 Stay Green or premium 2 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. These deals are coming in hot. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 6/25. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
And there's quite a bit of congestion around town from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. It's KDKA AAA traffic, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Let's get a live update. Here's Margot.
All right, Michael, looking at the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound is slow from the bend at Bates going into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. There's a little bit of traffic on the Parkway East inbound towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, but nothing to get you too delayed. On the Parkway West outbound, it is slow going into the Fort Pitt Tunnel, and that is backed up to the county jail. And then on the Parkway West inbound going into the Fort Pitt Tunnel as well, it is slow from the middle of Green Tree Hill. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Tonight it will be warm and sticky with a thunderstorm in spots early, otherwise a partly cloudy sky, a low of 73, and then a very warm and humid day tomorrow with clouds and sunshine. There will be a couple of thunderstorms around with a high of 88. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is elder law attorney Carl Zachariah. Betty called me last week because her mother's in a nursing home and had given her $30,000 2 years ago. I told her that 5-year look-back will not apply. We can get it fixed. Call Zachariah Brown at 724-942-6200 or visit PittsburghElderLaw.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Did you know that now you can listen to all your favorite stations, including this one, shows, and even podcasts, all on the Odyssey app? Download it now.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. On the Big K Morning Show tomorrow, we'll continue to follow developments in the Middle East between Israel and Iran and the outcome from the NATO summit.
You've heard the stories. Now talk about them with Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. Parts of Allegheny County, Washington County, Westmoreland County are under flash flood warnings. If you see anything, let me know. 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. Anyway, let me continue. I told you about this baseball player, Ketel Marte, in tears last night. I just don't understand this world sometimes. I just don't understand how vicious people are. I presume what the issue is. So it brings me to this derogatory term. So anyway, we a lot of times we put on social media what we're covering and the topics we're going to have, and it was Saturday maybe. I said, what do you think about the bombing of the nuclear sites in Iran, blah blah blah. So a man whose name I won't say, I don't know who he is. I have no clue who he is. Writes on there for everybody to see that he starts with Trump had, the courage to do this. Biden couldn't do it. All goes back to Biden, all that type of stuff. And I don't care about that stuff. And then he proceeds to say, Michael, you're nothing but a flamer. So now, if you're gay or lesbian or something, I don't get mad at this, but I started laughing, not because I didn't realize it, but I realized, it was offensive, but I just haven't heard that word in 30 years. I'm telling you. I forgot about that word. But anyway, the moral of the story is this. So then after he said that, I noticed that one of the most honorable, decent, honest, profoundly good people in the world, a Benedictine sister who grew up in a big family in Donora, responded to this guy about, you crossed a personal line. And he did. And then I got some inquiries. I live in the house I grew up in a neighborhood where it doesn't matter if you're gay, straight, black, white, no, Catholic, Jewish. The loyal people look out for their own. And I got a text, who the hell is this guy? And then I realized I had to erase this guy's post calling me a flamer. I realized because I'm like, they're like, who the hell is this guy? Where does he live? And I'm like, oh, geez. In my younger days, 40 years ago, when I used to go to bars, I saw some of my Irish and Italian friends I grew up with grab a guy by the collar, throw him up against the wall because he used an anti-gay slur. Not against me. It was someone who was kind of effeminate. People, that kind of thing. But, which is, it's wrong. And they threw him and they said, I'm like, stop. There's no excuse for violence. People look out for you. That's why I love Pittsburgh. Don't you worry. So I erased this guy's thing and the word flamer. And I wrote on there because my dear friend, Sister Sue, who was out to protect everyone, people protect their own. Every family in America has a gay person in it. They protect their own. And I said, look, don't go after this guy. Don't do it. He's an easy person to figure out. Someone who uses that kind of language, truly, without question, they hate themselves. They're terribly insecure, beyond belief. And ultimately, they attempt to make other people who are different feel less than, so they feel more than, when in the meantime, we know that they're losers because they have to do that. And they can't come to grips with being a loser. And it's very sad because of their insecurities. Very, very sad. So people like Sister Sue and I, and you, pray for people like that. And, the guy that was tossed from the White Sox stadium and will never be able to go to another home game again. Somebody texted me earlier and said, you know what, Michael, it's alcohol at games. I don't care about that. Alcohol is no excuse. I don't care. That second baseman was in tears. Somebody making fun of his mother who was killed in a car crash. Somebody this day and age using the word flamer because we disagree about politics. You poor thing. That's what you have to do, you poor thing. Now, I'm not waving a wide brush about MAGA people or anybody else, because I know a lot of MAGA folks who are dear friends, and we laugh and talk about politics. They would never use that word because they're not insecure. They're successful people. They don't hate themselves. They're successful people. They're not offensive because they're not losers. You get it? Yeah. So I know when you want to come to the rescue of people who you think are offended, in the year 2025, we're not offended as so much as we are sorrowful. And we pity a man like that who has to use the word flamer. That's just so sad. I hope he wakes up someday and doesn't hate himself. I really do. I really do. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Okay, now, we better check traffic from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. It's KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Margot, give us an update.
All right, Michael, taking a look at the major roadways, the Parkway East inbound is congested from Green Tree Hill heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. And then the Parkway West outbound is slow from the County Jail. And then after the Fort Pitt Tunnel is slow from the 79 interchange. The Parkway East outbound is backed up to the Bend at Bates heading into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
You can't escape a traffic jam. Know what else you can't escape? Seasonal allergies. And you might think you can avoid that coffee stain until... Oh, really? You can't escape a lot of things in life, but you can escape prediabetes. Prediabetes captures 1 in 3 adults. There are usually no signs of prediabetes. In fact, most people don't even know they have it. But with early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Take action by taking the 1-minute risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. You might not be able to escape having this song stuck in your head, but you can escape prediabetes. Go to doihaveprediabetes.org today. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
Hi, I'm your kid's old jeans. I've been in the drawer for a while and really missed the playground. You should swing by Goodwill and drop me off. Donating me helps Goodwill's mission to provide career training and support services right here in the community. Plus, I can get back into the game. Donate today. Tag, you're it.
To find your nearest Goodwill locations and to learn more about our mission, please visit goodwill.org. Goodwill, where your things start new lives.
Colin Dunlap on KDKA.
Just because somebody builds a circus doesn't mean you need to walk into the tent. This kind of nonsense only stops if people step up and kind of resist it and go, stop it. There's pregnant women. That's it. There's not pregnant people. Yes, women are people, but come on. They're pregnant women. Men aren't pregnant. End of story.
Weekdays 2 to 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, it's been a busy day. Today's Wednesday from the Goldberg, Persky, and White News Desk. Here's a look ahead at the 6:30 news. Paul Alexander's in the newsroom.
This, but there's some storms and maybe some potential power outages. We'll have details coming up. Bottom of the hour right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
He's downright entertaining, and he's on the Voice of Pittsburgh. Michael Bartley, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Hey, welcome back. Let me give you the landscape here. I'm here till 6, okay? And then Rob Pratt is 6. I'm here till 7. I'm sorry, here till 7. Rob Pratt is 7 to 8 because he's got a special show, and then I'll be here from 8 to 10. So I know a lot of you want to talk on the phone and so forth, but I might have to hold some of you over, okay? So look who's on the phone. I have to take her first. Sister Sue, my favorite,
Michael Bartley,
my favorite nun from Donora, Pennsylvania. Are you on the road?
No, I'm home now.
All right, okay. So here's. Let me tell you something. I was sharing this thing because I know. Hey, listen, a lot of Irish and Italian guys I grew up with, and my Central Catholic boys. Oh, they got all bent out of shape. They want to know who this guy was who called me a flamer. I haven't heard that word in so long. But then I was going on about this poor baseball guy last night. This second baseman, Kettle Marte in Chicago. And, people are so disgustingly offensive. He was in tears, a professional baseball player, because this fan was thrown out. Because making fun of this guy's mother who died in a car accident.
My.
Sister, why, where are we in this world right now? And then, but I had to calm down people like my loyalty people and I wasn't, stuff like that. I did chuckle because I haven't heard the word flamer in so many years. However, a guy like that, I explained, sister, and I think you'll agree, is someone you need to pray for. I don't get, and I know some people are like, hey, Bart's, give me his address. No, settle down. Yeah. You know why, sister? Whoever calls somebody a flamer because of politics, they really hate themselves, and they're a loser, and they're so insecure. They have to try to make people feel less than and so they can feel more than. And guess what? But we see through that, don't we?
Yeah, hatred's a response. It is a response to fear. A lot of times when people perceive something as different from them, it hits something deep within them, and it incites fear. And so when people are afraid, they start this fight or flight response, and you can't do that over the social media. And so it just devolves into this vitriol and hatred that comes out. And it's sad.
It's so sad.
It's a sign of weakness. It's a sign of weakness. If you can engage in civil discourse with someone that you disagree with, that's a sign of strength and knowledge. To devolve into something that's hate is a sign of weakness, because you feel like you're backed against the wall. Obviously, it has sparked something inside of you, and it creates this fear that causes hatred. And so that's where I pray for the poor people that are so unable to parse this out within themselves and find, okay, what is it about that they don't like a certain thing or person or personality? What causes that fear within you? And that takes some deep introspection.
Sister Sue. And if you think Sister Sue is some flash in the pan, let me tell you something. She was a big shot in a maximum security prison for years. And sister, you have seen it all. And here's the other thing. The people who... And our first reaction to a guy like this is, I'll go over there and kick his butt. and all this type stuff. And we want to... Sister, are you okay on time? Can you hold with me for a little bit?
Sure.
Okay,
yeah.
okay, because Paul's got to do the news at the bottom of the hour. But,
okay, no, I'm good.
No, stay right there. Stay right there. But let me preface this. You know, and I know you're Italian. Oh wait, I may have a couple more minutes. And you're Italian American. I'm an Irish American, and we both come from ethnic neighborhoods where it doesn't matter who you are, whether you're black, white, gay, straight, Catholic, Muslim. You know what? If you're friends, people go to the wall for you, and so I found myself in this like position where I'm like, oh no, leave this guy alone, because sister, our first reaction is we get angry, and and people want to go after him, but no, violence is never the answer, right? Right.
And I know you like myself. I am Italian, and boy, I can go from 0 to 100 in a split second.
Yeah. Me too.
But if it's something you're passionate about, but with the climate the way it is around so many things, politics, environment, everything, just everything, it's very important to exercise self-control, and take a look inside of yourself. I know when somebody starts spouting off something I disagree with, I can feel the response within me. And I think, no. I'm thinking to myself, no, you're wrong. Why don't you understand this? But I have to take a step back and honor what that person is saying and try to, give my response based upon my heart and my research and what I've read as a thoughtful and thinking person, and respond in a civil way. Because how do you come to a level place? If you're just screaming at each other, nobody's hearing anything.
Exactly.
And believe me, I'm not perfect. I have lost my temper on people. I could
name one person who's perfect. You can't.
Yeah.
Name one. My surprise guest right now, Sister Sue Fazzini, who's the Benedictine sister, highly respected. She worked in the maximum security prison, and you were SCI Fayette, right? Or Green. Green. Yeah.
Right.
Tell everyone what your job was there. I love this.
Oh, I was the supervisor of the addiction treatment services.
And you sort of had to get people ready for bridge them out into society and all that type stuff, right? I mean,
yes. I did a lot of things. I did the Impact of Crime class, which we brought crime victims in to talk with the inmates that were there and help them understand. Again, it's all about understanding.
Yeah.
You see from another person's perspective the harm that you may have caused, and I'm telling you that changed lives.
Oh, I'm sure
that program changed lives.
Wow. All right, sister, please don't leave. I'm going to use you for one more segment because I'm loving this.
Okay.
Because you ready? Because listen, as a Catholic nun, you've been pigeonholed and labeled and all that type stuff. There's no question of. Oh, I know. As soon as they hear that, they're like, "Oh, you're this or you're that." I'm gonna. I thought the younger generation's labels were sort of gone. Now I'm not so sure. I don't know. We're going to do another segment with Sister Sue Fazzini coming right up. Michael Bartley, KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I'm Scarlett Johansson. My family relied on public assistance to help provide meals for us. These meals fueled my involvement in theater and the arts as a child, which fostered my love for acting. The Feeding America network of food banks helps millions of people put food on the table. You can join the movement to end hunger by donating, volunteering, and advocating. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Only 1 in 5 people with disabilities, including those with autism, are employed, despite many having the skill set and desire to work.
Maybe it's because employers don't know what kind of jobs they can do?
Okay, try me.
What about a programmer?
That is a job for someone with autism.
What about a teacher?
That is a job for someone with autism.
Oh, how about a healthcare worker?
Yes, those are all jobs for someone with autism. The truth is, qualified people with autism can do a lot of different jobs, but often get overlooked due to outdated stigmas and beliefs. Businesses value diversity, but sometimes don't recognize the unique strengths and abilities of the autism community. Introducing WIN, the Workplace Inclusion Now program by Autism Speaks. We help businesses lead the way in inclusive hiring.
Ooh, what about a ranch hand?
Yeah! Sure, that's a job for someone with autism too. To learn more, go to autismspeaks.org/win. That's autismspeaks.org/win.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Light rain and 89 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. 45 years of experience and thousands of 5-star reviews. Trust PJ.com. An arrest has been made in connection with a shooting in Crafton Heights on Monday. 18-year-old Jamar Porch has been charged with carrying a loaded weapon, carrying a firearm without a license, and receiving stolen property. One man was killed. Another man was wounded in the shooting in the 2600 block of Middletown Road. The wounded man fled the scene in a vehicle that was stopped near the West End Circle with 3 others that were taken in for questioning. The investigation is ongoing. As a round of storms has been moving through the region, about 3,000 First Energy customers are without service. The hardest hit area appears to be Westmoreland County, with about 2,100 in North Huntingdon alone. Washington County also about 300 outages at this hour as well. A local restaurant says it was the target of an ICE enforcement. We have more from News Radio KDK's David Bolorado.
While federal officials have yet to confirm the enforcement to KDKA Radio, social media has been abuzz. That's a Facebook video from Jose Perez at Tepache Mexican Kitchen and Bar in the Cranberry Marshall Township area. The restaurant posting a message on Instagram reading, "ICE is currently raiding our Cranberry location. If you're in the area and would like to support our people, please stop by to stand outside and witness." Several dark SUVs were seen outside the restaurant. Earlier this month, Homeland Security confirmed to KDKA Radio a separate enforcement in the Robinson area, saying, in their words, "The safety and security of American citizens is our top priority." David Bolorado, News Radio, KDKA.
The Pittsburgh Zoo and Aquarium says a $10 million anonymous donation will help them move forward on 2 key parts of their master plan. Zoo president and CEO Dr. Jeremy Goodman says that includes a new giraffe barn.
For the first time ever, people will be able to see the giraffe year-round. Previously, they've been off exhibit in the colder months, but now, based off of the new location of the building, people will be able to enjoy our giraffes year-round.
The gift will help the zoo begin to design its Expedition Indonesia exhibit as well. Well, that will take a few years to complete. Once it's open to the public, it will take visitors into a replica of Indonesia forest featuring safe surroundings for orangutans, samangs, and Malian tapirs, all of which are endangered. On Wall Street, the Dow closed down 106 points, the Nasdaq up 61, the S&P 500 up a fraction. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Pirates lose the series and the game today, 4-2 in Milwaukee. Day off tomorrow. The Mets are in town starting a series on Friday. KDK Radio News Time, 6:33. Confused about Medicare? One Health Benefits helps you select the best Medicare plan for you. Call One Health Benefits at 724-799-8873. Our next update at 7 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander, and the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
My name is William Yank. I'm a 23-year-old, 3-time leukemia survivor. One evening, my roommate was trying to talk to me, and I responded to him in a delirium of mess and confusion, and he said, "We're going to the ER immediately," and came back with leukemia. They started me on chemos, they started me on a bunch of antibiotics, but the chemo wasn't exactly working. So my oncologist decided that he wanted to try me with CAR T-cell therapy. And it worked. Leukemia Lymphoma Society was this unforeseen blessing for me because I wouldn't have been able to get CAR T-cell therapy. We are about 9 months post-transplant and feeling very healthy, strong, and I live.
To give or get help, visit LLS.org.
You can't escape a traffic jam. Know what else you can't escape? Seasonal allergies. And you might think you can avoid that coffee stain until... Oh, really? You can't escape a lot of things in life, but you can escape prediabetes. Prediabetes captures 1 in 3 adults. There are usually no signs of prediabetes. In fact, most people don't even know they have it. But with early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Take action by taking the 1-minute risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. You might not be able to escape having this song stuck in your head, but you can escape prediabetes. Go to doihaveprediabetes.org today. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
Okay, it's 6:35. It's been busy out there for a Wednesday evening. Wow. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, it's KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Let's get a live update with Margot.
All right, Michael. Crews are reporting an accident on Venture Drive and Wildwood Road in Hampton Township. On the major roadways, the Parkway West outbound is congested from the county jail heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. The Parkway West inbound is slow from the middle of Green Tree Hill heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel as well. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Many postmenopausal women like me have osteoporosis. There is no cure, but simple changes in our lives can keep us on the path to healthier bones. Osteoporosis can weaken your bones and slowly rob you of your independence. A daily exercise routine, along with a diet rich in calcium and vitamin D, can make a huge difference in your bone health. Taking care of your bones is necessary for healthy aging and lifelong independence. Learn how to start your own path to good bone health. Get bone health tips at pathtogoodbonehealth.org.
For all station contest rules, go to kdkaradio.com/rules.
He's downright entertaining, and he's on the voice of Pittsburgh, Michael Bartley, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
You know, I was wondering, if you could keep on, because the force, it's got a lot of power.
Welcome back. Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDK. So, I love this song. Roger Bishop, a number of you folks, here's the landscape for tonight. I'm on till 7. Rob Pratt's doing a special show from 7 to 8. So I won't be able to take your call in the next the half hour up until, so call me back at 8. Okay, does that make sense? Because I don't get this opportunity often. So call me back, Bishop, Roger, whoever else. I don't get this. Listen, it's a treat to have Sister Sue Fazzini on. Sister, and you know what, Sister, this was difficult because I love having you on. You're my go-to person when it comes to kindness. And we need no, because we need reminders, and and so this all started when you responded to that man on social media calling me a flamer, and
all I said was you don't have to respond. You can disagree with someone without responding with vulgarity. That was all I said. Vulgarity
and now I don't get bent out of shape on stuff. I just don't, and But I don't get bent out of shape except to say that I feel so sorry for that man. How insecure,
obviously.
how insecure,
yes.
how filled with hate against himself. He obviously hasn't had much success or comfort in life and is uncomfortable in his own skin. But I was going to ask you, even you're one of your and you've done so many things in your life as a Benedictine sister, one of which is you worked in the maximum security prison in SCI Green, thousands of people on a daily basis in there, and you were treated with so much respect, and that's why I go to you for some of this stuff, and being a Catholic sister, people pigeonhole everybody, and I wondered, the younger generations, I had such great confidence in the younger generations because that they had fewer labels than we did. When you and I were kids, there were words for Italians and Irish and Polish and Slovak and black and white and gay and straight. Blah, blah. And I think that for the most part, I thought they got rid of those. But you know what, sister? Lately, I'm not so sure.
Yes, it seems to be a resurgence. There seems to be a resurgence. And, once somebody starts with hatred, other people pile on. I mean, history has shown us, hate can be exploited and you can gather a huge group to pile on to the hatred. And, it caused unspeakable crimes, whether it's hatred against a race, religion, politics, ideological group, whatever it is. Once somebody gets a gang going, it's hard to de-escalate that, and it's hard to get people to change their mind.
Stereotyping is very dangerous. Like, if someone said, "Oh, Sister Sue Fazzini, you're a Catholic nun. Oh, you must be this. You must be that." Right. And I had confidence that some of that was leaving, but it seems that it's not.
I'll tell you, I see a lot of young people that are very tolerant. I was at the Bloomfield Farmers Market the other day, and there were a lot of young people there, and I sat down, and a couple of them sat down, and we just had a wonderful conversation about tolerance and uniqueness and how wonderful Pittsburgh can be. I know my own nieces and nephews, they're very tolerant and accepting of everyone, and then when things happen that I see this intolerance, I think, where did this come from?
I know.
Where is it coming from? Because that's where, unless we can identify, where this is coming from, it can be problematic. I always hold out hope that the love and tolerance is much greater than the hate. I have to believe that. I can't let go of that.
And I just hope. It makes me nervous. I really think that we are so, you could, in terms of politics, and I do a lot of politics at night, but I get along with everybody fine. Some people disagree with me, and some people agree with me, and that's just it, but I don't allow conspiracy theories on the air, and I don't allow the crazy comments, that kind of thing. But we really get along fine. We really do, and we have a lot of laughs, all that type of stuff. But sister, I worry that that even like political views with everyone in their own corner, like this guy that calls me a flamer, and everyone and. Some of my friends are like, I'll kick his you-know-what. And where does he live? I'm like, shut up, leave it alone. But listen, sister, this is the mistake we make. And I worry that we're not coming out of this. You can't make things personal, especially politics.
Yes. And what's happening now is nothing new. It's all happened before. But all you did, you posted. What are your thoughts about the bombing of Iran?
Yes, and which was a pretty legitimate question.
Yes, and then people just and see what happens if somebody posts something, then somebody has the need to disagree with what they said, and that's where the vulgarity comes from.
Yeah.
Instead of just go ahead, put down your thought, post your thought. but don't get into a disagreement, become a keyboard warrior, because I have a feeling that the same things wouldn't be said if you were in person.
Yeah.
But when you're behind a keyboard, we all get muscles.
Exactly. Do you have concern? I'm also concerned about which I'm a little concerned about the language and the sort of as if undocumented immigrants and people are throwaway people. My heavens, this is the most ridiculous thing ever, and I worry that is becoming a thing, and I hope not, sister. I really hope not.
The immigrants are the hardest working people. I look at our own families, Michael. My grandparents immigrated here, and they worked so hard, and we're so grateful for this country. And it's the same. Everybody I talked to, I was at meetings for the past 3 days, and in my small group was a Benedictine sister from California, and she just said, it's really difficult. It's really difficult right now with people, the immigrants themselves are living with fear. Now, I understand wanting the criminals to go. I'll give you that.
Yeah, I'm going to give you that too. Yeah, I'll give you that too. I'll give you that.
Yeah, we're taking people that have been here for a lifetime, and because of the clogged immigration process, haven't been able to get processed. Many of them are in the process, but it's such a clogged system that they don't stand a chance. And rather than fixing the system, we're going and putting a Band-Aid on things by getting rid of all these people. And the harshest thing I find is that there's a corporation that is making tons of money off of all of these people they are, for lack of a better word, incarcerating.
Yeah. Sister, I'm going to leave you, and I appreciate your time. I do. You're my go-to on people to... we need, to energize kindness in our society. I'll leave you with...
Yes, that sounds great, Michael.
Hey, sister, I'm the last person in the world that quotes the Bible in my show. But listen, you ready? Here it is. You ready? Okay.
I'm ready.
Do not mistreat foreigners living in your country. Hold on. But treat them just as you treat your own citizens. Love foreigners as you love yourselves, because you were foreigners one time in Egypt. I am the Lord your God.
Amen.
How do you like that?
Amen to that,
See?
Michael.
You think
Amen.
I'm a bad Catholic? I'm not. There you go.
Michael, I love you.
I love you too.
We'll
Sister Sue, thanks so much. Oh, boy. Isn't she wonderful? No, she would never allow someone to offend me. Oh, boy, I love the loyalty. All right, we're going to check traffic from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. It's KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Let's get a live update. Here's Margot.
Thanks, Michael. To close out this rush hour, it is mostly clear on the major roadways except on the Parkway West inbound, which is backed up to the middle of Green Tree Hill. A small delay on the Parkway West inbound, merging with traffic from the Fort Duquesne Bridge, as well as heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
So hard to do anything nowadays, especially find a home improvement company that is credible, reliable, and takes pride in their work. One of the best decisions I've made is finding Precision Pointing to restore my all-brick home. This ad, it doesn't do their craftsmanship and professionalism justice, so all I can do is tell you to call Precision Pointing if you have a masonry restoration project and see for yourself. They're scaled to handle all projects from residential to commercial, and no down payment. A huge plus. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net and thank me later.
We gathered real Pennsylvania seniors and asked them how they would benefit from an extra $1,000. Here's what they had to say.
Everything is so expensive these days.
Car expenses, repairs.
My groceries, heating costs.
Medications. Sure, I could easily spend $1,000 like that.
Through Pennsylvania's property tax rent rebate program, eligible seniors and adults with disabilities could receive up to $1,000. Check your eligibility and apply online. paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-285-0395. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-285-0395. 800-285-0395. 800-285-0395.
Add some star-spangled style to your summer with Ashley Stars and Stripes sale going on now. Shop Hot Buys for every room in your home, now just $6.99. Plus, you can save up to $1,000 store-wide. And don't miss upgrading your patio. Save up to 20% on select outdoor furniture. Or feel the freedom to buy now and pay over time with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Only at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
As we grow older, we all need a little more help. That's why the elder law firm of Julian Gray Associates has a full-time social worker on staff to help you with challenges that lie ahead. To arrange a no-obligation consultation, please visit grayelderlaw.com and grow old with us.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
And it's been a busy Wednesday, no question about it. From the Goldberg, Persky, and White News Desk, here's a look ahead at the 7 p.m. news with my man, Paul Alexander.
Michael, thank you very much. Life in prison for a man who shot his son, shot his mother in front of his son. Details coming up, top of the hour, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. More worries for Tesla. Sales of its vehicles in Europe plunging in May, down 28% from a year ago, lower for a fifth month straight, even as the market for EVs in the 30 European countries actually grew. Sales of cheaper Chinese-made models made up a lot of those Tesla losses. Shares of AI chipmaker NVIDIA rose over 4% today. It closed at an all-time high. It's now valued at $3.77 trillion, overtaking Microsoft. One analyst at Loop Capital said it could soon be valued at $6 trillion. Elsewhere on Wall Street today, despite the ceasefire in the Middle East holding up and oil slightly higher, stocks were mostly lower. The Dow down 107, the Nasdaq added 61, the S&P was flat. And the head of the Federal Housing Finance Agency today ordered Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, which guarantee a large chunk of the nation's home mortgages, to find ways to count cryptocurrencies as credit-worthy assets for a mortgage loan. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Unapologetic in his talk. It's Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Okay. Welcome back. Wasn't Sister Sue Fazzini wonderful? She's such an inspiration. Just to set the table for you once again, and I know I'm sorry that some of the callers are going to have to call me back at 8 o'clock, and just so you know that. And I see some of you are still calling. Rob Pratt is here. I'm going to hand things over to him coming up here in just a few minutes from 7 to 8. He has a special show, and then I'll be back with you from 8 to 10. And we have a lot to talk about tonight. We'll get the latest on Iran. And President Trump met with Vladimir Zelensky today, and he intimated we might be sending more military support to Ukraine. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, you know who she is, right? She's incensed and she is vocal. And Bannon and Marjorie Taylor Greene and a lot of those leaders in the MAGA movement, they're mad at Trump. They're mad at him because of his involvement in these foreign wars and conflicts. And they're not holding back about it. They're really not. They really aren't. So we'll be talking about all that, a lot of the latest on Iran and what our we'll get to that when I get back at 8 o'clock. You know, it was the other lesson of the day, other than what Sister Sue Fazzini and I were talking about, to be kind, not to stereotype people, paint people with a wide brush, and offend just because you hate yourself. You know, it's very sad. The other thing we need to learn too is stop rushing to conclusions that aren't there. Today, it was all over the place that in downtown Pittsburgh, there was a dismembered body at an apartment building. And the rumors went flying. Body parts everywhere. Blood all over the walls. And listen, I covered the Jeffrey Dahmer. I was one of the first reporters on the scene in Milwaukee when I anchored the news there. I was thinking, what are they talking? What are people talking about? But people jumped to conclusions. Oh, and that no, this is your downtown Pittsburgh. This is it. Look at this. Body parts all over the place. Blood all over the walls. Can you please just wait? Now listen, do I do that? I do. I'm admitting it. Maybe I should be saying, can't we wait until the police and wait until the authorities tell us what they're dealing with? This is downtown Pittsburgh now. Oh, look at this. Somebody murdered somebody and cut him up. As you heard Paul Alexander's newscast, the guy fell down the stairs. There were protruding things in the building that, God love him, caused some of his body parts to be dismembered. I'm just saying, can't take a breath before everybody jumps to conclusions. And I'll be the first to admit I jump to conclusions sometimes. I do. It was all over the city today that a guy was murdered in the heart of downtown Pittsburgh and chopped up. Not true. Man, we need to get a grip. Yes, we do. All right, I'll be back at 8 o'clock. Don't forget, Rob Pratt has a show coming up here from 7 to 8. I will be back at 8 o'clock, and we'll pick up where we left off. Don't you worry. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-291-3143. 800-291-3143.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly cloudy and 87 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick with their famous lifetime warranty on materials and labor. TrustPJ.com. And by the Supplemental Medicare Solutions from Need Part C. Medicare can be confusing, and it doesn't have to be. Visit needpartc.com. 4 people were taken to the hospital after they were shocked while working on a roof project at the Grace Evangelical Lutheran Church in Beaver County. Sergeant Don Shane was the first officer on the scene.
There were 3 males down in cardiac arrest. Paramedics from Medic Rescue were working on them. 1 male had some burns and refused treatment, but officers and the medics and the fire department, emergency services worked on the victims for a while, and they were all transported to Heritage Valley Beaver.
Duquesne Light and OSHA are investigating, and police say their investigation is finished. They're calling it accidental. Pittsburgh police are investigating after a man's body was found in a stairwell of a secured apartment building in downtown Pittsburgh just before noon. Police say video from inside the building shows the man entering the stairwell on the 19th floor where he experienced some kind of trauma. Police spokesperson Emily Bourne says the stairwell has a number of pipes that intersect, and then the man fell. Some of his appendages detached from his torso. He was pronounced dead at the scene. Police say the death is not suspicious. The man that was found guilty for shooting the mother of his child in front of their 1-year-old boy will spend the rest of his life in jail. 41-year-old Terrence Washington was found guilty in March of killing 32-year-old Makita Thompson when he shot her in the back of the head 4 times. Washington called his actions unforgivable. The judge ended her statement by saying, "May God have mercy on your soul, sir. I don't think anyone else in this courtroom does." A Mexican restaurant near Cranberry Township was reportedly raided by immigration officers on Wednesday morning. Tapachi said in a post on social media that ICE was raiding their Cranberry location. If you're in the area and would like to support our people, please stop by and stand outside and witness. Tapachi wrote in the Instagram story, no word of any arrests. A $10 million anonymous gift to the Pittsburgh Zoo and Aquarium. News Radio KDK's David Bolorado has more on what that means.
The gift is the largest ever to the zoo. President and CEO Dr. Jeremy Goodman says it will help them move forward with 2 key parts of their master plan, a new giraffe barn and Expedition Indonesia, which will feature orangutans, Malayan tapirs, and siamangs.
They do have a throat sac, and they inflate that. It's not always inflated, but you can hear a siamang call from probably miles away.
While Expedition Indonesia will take a few years to complete, work on the giraffe barn will begin later this year. David Bolorado, News Radio KDKA.
The Pittsburgh Public School Board is expected to vote tonight to schedule the hearings needed to close down several schools. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has more.
The most recent proposal announced last month would close down 9 schools and reconfigure others. School Board President Gene Walker tells Larry Richard tonight's vote is not final. It's the next step in moving the plan forward.
This is the next step in the process. So the state requires that we vote to open up a public comment period that lasts no less than 3 months from the end of when folks comment on the closures.
Tonight's meeting is being streamed online at 6:30 on the Pittsburgh Public Schools YouTube channel. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
KDKA Sports, Pirates fall to the Brewers 4-2. They now lose 2 of 3 in that series. Day off tomorrow, the Mets in town, starting on Friday. Right now, it's cloudy and 87 degrees in Pittsburgh. I'm Paul Alexander. Our next update at 7:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Americans spend $66 billion on weight loss products and services each year. And you know what? Right here in our hometown, Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Bitchoff has helped thousands of people do just that, lose weight, keep it off. In fact, he's been helping people take back control of their lives for more than 20 years here in Pittsburgh at the PA Hypnosis Center. You have an opportunity to do the same. Are you battling anxiety? So many people are. He can help you with that. If you want to quit smoking, Dan Bitchoff is the call you should make at the PA Hypnosis Center today. Schedule your free consultation at 724-934-8446, 724-934-8446. Dan can help you reach your goal with a 98% success guarantee. 724-934-8446. Call now.
Get ready for July 4th with early savings at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances and get an additional 10% off 2 or more select major appliances. Plus, get 3 Stay Green or premium 2 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. These deals are coming in hot. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 6/25. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
There will be a thunderstorm in spots early on this evening, otherwise partly cloudy, warm and sticky, with a low of 73. With clouds and sunshine, very warm and humid tomorrow with a couple of thunderstorms around and a high of 88. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Selling a home doesn't have to be time-consuming or stressful. It should be fair, honest, and fast. Ryan Shalaba here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. My team and I will buy your home with cash in its current condition and close on the day you choose. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersofpittsburgh.com to get a cash offer today.
The following is paid for by Rhino Shield. Information on the program is intended to solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
There is no way your Pratt Pack would refuse this man. That's why I'm here on a day off. It may be 1 hour, but it's an hour of power when it comes to Rhino Shield. You've heard me talking about it and blogging about it. You've seen it via my social media platform, and you hear me talk about it on the radio for years. Why? Because now I know firsthand it really does work. Now, just moments ago before we get Ted Starmack, I was in the other studio doing something for all of my platforms, talking about it's 105 in the shade. This is the only week that you have off in the way of a vacation, so you got to get it done. Bucket of paint, up the ladder you go, and you're praying that you're hydrated, right? Enough to survive this searing heat. Okay, so you make it. But then 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road, you're a little older, but hopefully you're a little wiser. And by the time that next cycle rolls around, you'll take this special offer tonight that we have on the table and get Rhino Shield. One and done. You'll never have to worry about it again. And the next time it's this searing heat on the outside and you're on vacation, maybe you can go put a little sand between your toes and watch those palm trees sway back and forth. Here he is, that guy, that man with a plan. I love what they do. And if you don't believe me in that curb appeal, just drive by the old homestead of Monaca and see for yourself. Mr. Ted Starmack. Good evening, sir.
Hi there, Rob. Thank you for having me back. I really appreciate you inviting me.
Always a pleasure to take this opportunity.
Well, let me tell you how I appreciate you and Rhino Shield, what you've done for me. We got a deal done that was good for both sides. Cost me a little cash, but I'll never have to do it again. I'll never have to make a mad dash to paint my house again. I cannot tell you what it has done for my house. 1918 and when it was built, but it's got a whole new lease on life, and your workers are some of the most incredible employees I've ever seen. From 8 o'clock in the morning until the deal was done, a few days, they made it look spectacular. So let's talk about the offer. Let's talk about the process, and you can talk a little bit about my house because I like talking about my house. Go ahead.
Great. Well, first the offer. I mean, last time I was here, we talked about something we'd never done before, and that was offering your listeners 25% off of our regular price. I'm going to go ahead and offer that again tonight. So call in today, call in tomorrow, talk to Lindsay, get that 25%. Tell them you heard it on Rob Pratt's show. You're part of the Pratt Pack. You want the 25% off. Let's get that done.
All right. So, again, 888-RHINO-41, 888-RHINO-41, R-H-I-N-O, or 888-744-6641, 888-744-6641. That Pratt Pack offer of 25%, 25 big percent off a project that you'll never have to do again.
It's an exclusive offer. We don't do it anywhere else.
No, man, listen, I can't even imagine climbing up a ladder and having to paint your house. And let's face it, I remember when my dad took a 2-week vacation, the only reason he did that is because we had to paint the house. And even as a young child in my teens, it was miserable. There are people out there right now that have to get it done. We're giving them an opportunity to never, ever have to do it again.
Well, I've got a story I want to tell you that just happened to me this week. Got called back to see a customer whom I had seen in 2019. Met with him, went over the entire presentation, showed him the Rhino Shield, explained the process, everything that we go through. However, he had gotten an offer to have the house painted for about $8,000, which was a little less than a third of what my price was. Or a little more than a third, but he decided that mine was too steep. He was going to go with the painting because last time that paint lasted 15 years. And here it is 6 years later, and he's like, you were right. I didn't realize it. I thought, the paint was as good as it used to be, but you were right. It's time to do the Rhino Shield. So the idea is out there. The paints that they make today don't last like they used to.
Now, let's just do one thing before we go any further. You have to be a forward thinker. You have to look at this in the big picture. You have to not one and done as far as your check for the painting, but one and done, never having to stroke another check again to have that done. It's 5, it's 10, it's 15, it's 20 years down the road. And the price of everything will go up. We know that, as it always does. But you have to be a forward thinker when you're writing that check for Rhino Shield.
And that's the wise way of looking at it. You're absolutely right. If you are going to go ahead, and I'll be the first to admit, painting is a cheaper option. If you write that check to have your house painted by a painting contractor, next month you should start saving because 5 years later you're going to need to do that again. The payment plan through Dollar Bank for Rhino Shield is going to be less per month than you're going to be putting away to get into this cycle of painting over and over and over. And you're going to have it paid off in 8 to 10 years instead of having it for a full-time cycle. So we do have the financing available to do it as well. So it's not like you have to come up with that big number right away. We can spread it out over what would be 2 painting cycles and pretty much match that number, but it's a one and done. You don't have to worry about it again.
Listen, I've been friends of Dollar Bank for many years. My friend Joe Smith, a Beaver County native, was one of those gentlemen that was in that front office at Dollar Bank. Born here, headquartered here. They've been around forever. So they have to believe in you to want to do business. And if Dollar Bank says 2 thumbs up, that's another reason for people to buy in and take this opportunity, this 25%.
I like what Dollar Bank does in this case.
They're the best.
They've got this program, and I talk about they're not getting the warranty confused. It's a 12-month no-interest program that they offer.
Right.
Then we can finance after that. So take a year at no interest. Do what you can. If you don't pay it all off, there's no penalty.
That's great.
But I asked Dollar Bank when they offered this deal to me, what's in it for you? Is it great for me? Is it great for my customers? What does Dollar Bank get out of it? And they told me that they're getting it through the service, working with people, and they will build customers through that, and they have. I have never had one of my customers complain about an issue they had with Dollar Bank.
The best.
They are terrific to work with. I can't say enough good about them.
What I want people to understand, whether you believe it or not, you go from 0 to 60 that quick. You're in your 20s, you're a new homeowner. You have that vim and vigor, that energy to be able to get it done. Maybe you get a little help from the significant others, maybe a few siblings. If you're old enough, you start having kids, they grow up. But you will turn old quickly in this thing that is life, meaning you'll be in your 50s, in your 60s. And the last thing you want to do is to go try to paint your own house. And the price of painting, and the reason there are so many painting companies and people that are out there doing it every day, because there's a whole lot of business out there for them too. So it's the forward thinking as far as you aging out in that 30-year mortgage, and those painting contractors will always come calling because there's so many of them. You eliminate all of this by calling this number, 888-RHINO-41, 888-744-6641. You want the Pratt Pack special. You want that 25% off. 888-744-6641. No one likes to climb a ladder and paint their house.
Absolutely not. And just to play on what you were just saying, you don't grow old. You realize it's happened to you too late.
That's exactly right. Great line. Ted Starmack is in the building. Hey, one and done. It ain't paint. It's Rhino Shield. 25% off that Pratt Pack special. Pick up the phone tonight. Make the call. 888-RHINO-41. 888-744-6641. 888-744-6641. We've got much more until 8 o'clock. Stay with us.
All the news you need for your day and the sports, music, and podcasts you love are all on the free Odyssey app. Download now.
O'Reilly! Stay cool this summer with AC Pro Refrigerant at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro Refrigerant products that include a hose and gauge. If your vehicle's AC is blowing hot air, beat the heat with AC Pro. Visit your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or shop online at O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. O'Reilly.
Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Steel, walk behind, zero turn, and stand on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow.
If you're thinking about retiring soon, be sure to tune into the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors, Saturdays at 1. Beth talks about the latest trends and headlines that could impact your retirement. Don't go into retirement unprepared. Listen every Saturday afternoon at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Firm offers insurance services. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
When it's cancer, life gets complicated. The AHN Cancer Navigation Team guides you through. Appointments, expert specialists, emotional support, done. Because at AHN, we see you. Visit ahn.org/cancer team. When it's cancer, AHN knows. Life takes a village. Cancer takes a team. The AHN Cancer Navigation Team gets you the support you need An expert care plan, financial guidance, emotional support. Visit ahn.org/cancer team.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making the recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, Ted Starmack is here. It's Rhino Shield, one and done. It's not paint. Again, this special Pratt Pack offer on the table tonight. 25% off the project. Call 888-RHINO-41. Say you heard it with me on KDKA. 888-RHINO-41. That's RHINO, or 888-744-6641. 888-744-6641. Anybody that knows the entrepreneurial spirit, you have to evolve or you'll get left behind. So they continue to evolve as far as this company is concerned. And we're going to talk about something that is entitled Spartan Coatings right now. Here's Ted Starmack. Teddy.
Well, Rob, you know I never shy away from talking about price.
Never.
The best I can do, that's the main concern that people have.
Right.
They want to know about the product, but they want to know about the price, the value. And we go on about Rhino Shield, we talk about it, and the fact is Rhino Shield is a premium product. There's nothing out there that's better than this. And it has a price tag that is going to be more than typical paint. But in times like this, there are some people out there who are having difficulty that maybe can't do that full price, the Rhino Shield. And in order to fill that gap, to fill that space, I'm pleased to announce tonight that we're offering a product that has a superior performance to your traditional paints, but at virtually the same cost. So we've got a product, our Spartan Coating is up to 3 times thicker than a regular paint. It has a 10-year warranty against cracking, chipping, flaking. The process is largely the same. Our prep is going to be going through the same process we go through. It is a single product primer and coating in one. It has self-cleaning technology, so it does repel dirt. It will clean itself. Again, no need to do the pressure washing. It's mildew resistant, and it has excellent water shedding ability when you're talking about wind-driven rain. So it's not quite as good as Rhino Shield, but it is far superior to your typical paint, and that's going to be at that same painting price point.
So how do I get my hands on this stuff?
888-RHINO-41.
And you simply say, Spartan Coatings, tell me more.
Yeah, or I mean, we can do both. If you want to see what the prices are and look at the options, I will quote both the Rhino Shield and what are my options to do with the Spartan.
So why Spartan? I know why, but explain to the audience why you're doing so well with the traditional Rhino Shield. Why take another step? It's all about consumer price point and, more importantly, giving them something that's going to give them that lasting power that is under your umbrella.
Well, I was speaking at the last segment about a customer I had, a fellow I met a few years ago.
Right.
He opted to go with the painting because of the price point. He didn't realize that it wasn't as good or whatever, but it took him a while to learn that. But we realized that there are folks who were looking at that price point, that's an important part for them. The thing that I hear about Rhino Shield more often than not when I make the presentation, and even the people who've bought it and come back, it sounded too good to be true. And that's
true,
that's
it's
hard to get
good.
over. This is a product that is so much better than anything else out there. I mean, it is head and shoulders above anything else in the same category that it seems like it doesn't seem right.
Well, by the way, somebody's going to be asking this, so I've got to ask it because that's my job. This 25% off that we're giving tonight.
Yes.
Is Spartan included in that?
Well, it's not going to be because it
Okay.
is basically at that.
Let's make sure we get that straight.
I'm not going to go below where your regular painting contractor is going to be.
All right, so the Spartan, that's the deal, but the real deal is the 25%
Sure.
off from the Rhino Shield product, and that's 888-RHINO-41, 888-744-6641, 888-744-6641, but you call that number for the Spartan coatings as well. Here's the other thing that your product does. We've had all these storms lately.
Right.
Branches flying. My home, traditional paint, obviously it was getting a little bit older. I'm talking branches taking chunks out of paint, out of my house, my porch, my awning, all of this stuff. That we've had horrific storms, and there have been branches everywhere. Not a single dimple or dent in that Rhino
The
Shield.
ceramics are highly abrasive resistant. The ceramics give you additional strength.
And let me tell you the other thing that Rhino Shield has done for me. It's hot outside.
Mm-hmm.
My air conditioning has been set at 77 because I am cheap, okay? My house is cooler than it was last year at this time when I had the temperature set, the thermometer, at 70 degrees. So what I'm saying is we've talked about this a lot. Warmer in the winter, cooler in the summer. And I thought first thing when I knew this heat wave was coming, AccuWeather last week on the radio said, I'm going to test this Rhino Shield out. It's unbelievable. It's like I am on the inside and I am protected by that Rhino Shield.
It sounds too good to be true, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the battle that I have to fight. Really, it is.
I'm telling you, listen, I'm going to save on my energy bill. And my house is so comfortable, I can't wait to get from my street into my house at night. I mean, it's been blistering hot. As a matter of fact, yesterday, I was working from my home studio, getting ready to come into work, and I went out to get the mail, and I realized it was like noon. I hadn't been out of the house yet, which is rare. When I stepped outside, it was like, my goodness, it's hot out here today. And I scurried back in the house, and I went, it's got to be the Rhino Shield.
Yeah.
Because it's like night and day. All right. So that's another reason why you're going to want to take this opportunity of that 25% off. You may not be able to be a part of this heat wave, but we're going to have more before we get to the fall and winter. But just think how cozy you will be because it's reverse insulation, meaning it keeps the warmth in your house during the winter months. Here's that number, 888-RHINO-41. Don't put it off. Don't delay. Make the call tonight. Leave your information. 888-744-6641. 888-744-6641. Pratt Pack special tonight. You heard it on KDK with Ted and me. 25% off. We got about a minute to the break. It's all yours. Go ahead.
Okay. I just going back to this Spartan coating. It is trying to fit that middle where your budget is that you can only afford a painter. We're going to give you a much better product than others are offering out there. This is a product that's going to have a 10-year warranty. I don't know of another painting contractor that offers anything like that. As my recollection down at the Home and Garden Show, there were house painters offering 1 and 2 year warranties.
But we're going to talk about this on the other side of the break.
Sure.
It's not astronomical. It's not like you're going to have to do a home equity loan to get this product. No. I mean, I think people need to understand we're kind of letting you know that it's not traditional as far as what you would pay for a painting contractor, but it's not so far-fetched that it's not like to the point of you can't amass that money to get it done. And with what you're doing with Dollar Bank over 12 months, no penalty, it's very more reasonable than one might think. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, absolutely. What most of my customers are finding is it is much less than doing something like siding. Vinyl siding, which is, in a sense, a step backwards.
Yeah, it is.
The vinyl siding they make today is not as good as it was in the 80s.
With all due respect, I've never been a fan of it. Never.
It's plastic. They like to call vinyl siding. It's a plastic, and
it's just not my thing. I mean, it's for some, but it's not mine. But this Rhino Shield, I promoted it for a long time, but I saw it unfold in my own home. On the outside, and I got to tell you, curb appeal has never been better. And the fact of the matter is, Someone long after I'm gone won't even have to do it. So that's why you need to make the call. Rhino 41 888 Rhino 41 888 Rhino 41 888 744 6641. 25% off Pratt Pack special. Paul Alexander next with the news, and then we return with Ted Starmack and Rhino Shield. It ain't paint. One and done.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
When it's happening, News Radio KDKA is telling you about it.
The White House official said the president was exceptionally firm and direct in a call with the Israeli Prime Minister from Air Force One about resuming the ceasefire. And the conversation probably resembled Mr. Trump's final comment to reporters.
We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what they're doing. Do you understand that?
The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Mostly cloudy and 87 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Paul Alexander. An arrest has been made in connection with a shooting in Crafton Heights on Monday. 18-year-old Jamar Porch has been charged with carrying a loaded weapon, carrying a firearm without a license, and receiving stolen property. One man was killed and another man was wounded in the shooting in the 2600 block of Middletown Road. The wounded man fled the scene in a vehicle that was stopped near the West End Circle with three others that were taken in for questioning. The investigation is ongoing. As a round of storms has been moving through the region, about 3,000 First Energy customers are without service. The hardest hit area appears to be Westmoreland County, about 2,100 in North Huntingdon alone. Washington County also with about 300 outages in this area as well. A local restaurant says it was the target of an ICE enforcement. More from News Radio KDK's David Bolorado.
While federal officials have yet to confirm the enforcement to KDKA Radio, social media has been a buzz. That's a Facebook video from Jose Perez at Tapache Mexican Kitchen and Bar in the Cranberry Marshall Township area. The restaurant posting a message on Instagram reading, "ICE is currently raiding our Cranberry location. If you're in the area and would like to support our people, please stop by to stand outside and witness." Several dark SUVs were seen outside the restaurant. Earlier this month, Homeland Security confirmed to KDKA Radio a separate enforcement in the Robinson area, saying, in their words, "The safety and security of American citizens is our top priority." David Bolorado, News Radio, KDKA.
The Pittsburgh Zoo and Aquarium says a $10 million anonymous donation will help them move forward on two key parts of their master plan. Zoo President and CEO Dr. Jeremy Goodman says that includes a new giraffe barn.
For the first time ever, people will be able to see the giraffe year-round. Previously, they've been off exhibit in the colder months, but now, based off of the new location of the building, people will be able to enjoy our giraffes year-round.
The gift will help the zoo begin to design its Expedition Indonesia exhibit as well. While they'll take a few years to complete, once it's open to the public, it will take visitors into a replica of Indonesian forest featuring safe surroundings. KDK Sports, Pirates lost to the Milwaukee Brewers 4-2 this afternoon. They have a day off tomorrow. The Mets come to town on Friday for a 3-game series. First pitch 6:40 on Friday. KDK Radio News Time 7:32. Our next update at 8. I'm Paul Alexander on the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Tonight it will be warm and sticky with a thunderstorm in spots early, otherwise a partly cloudy sky, a low of 73, and then a very warm and humid day tomorrow with clouds and sunshine. There will be a couple of thunderstorms around with a high of 88. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
The proceeding was paid for by Rhino Shield. Information on the program was intended to solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I hope you take me up on this offer with Rhino Shield. 25% off. That's a gift from your Pratt Pack to you. You got to call tonight or tomorrow, but don't put it off. Just do it now. Leave your information. They will be there or get back to you. 888-RHINO-41. 888-RHINO-41. 888-744-6641. 888-744-6641. Ted Starmack. Teddy, before we get back to some other things that people need to know, summer is here. The heat is on, and 4th of July coming up in about a week, right? A little over a week from right now. On Friday, a week from Friday, we want to remind everyone, because we got to take care of the hometown and where he lives, the Elwood City Arts, Crafts, Food, and Entertainment Festival, simply known as the Summer Festival at the beautiful Ewing Park. 3 days of live music, food vendors, over 100 crafters, one incredible fireworks display lights up the night. Do not miss it. Talk a little bit about your hometown and this fabulous 4th of July holiday celebration in the beautiful confines of Ewing Park. Go ahead.
I've been living in Elwood City now for about 30 years. I have to say sit down and do the math, but it's right around 29, 30 years. And we've been going to that festival every summer. It is a big event in the town. There's arts, crafts, food. The biggest draw there is the pepperoni puff trailer. People sell it. It is. I mean, the line is the longest for that of everything else. So, giving a big shout out for the pepperoni puffs.
All right, so bring the whole family for great eats, unique shopping, hometown celebration. You won't forget, it's the biggest weekend of the summer. It's all happening at Ewing Park, July 4th, 5th, and 6th. And my man Nick Mancini and those guys and gals are putting it together, so get out and support them. It truly is one of the greatest little communities on the planet. Mayor Anthony Cork, the whole group, and of course my friends at McElwain love them all, and this is a great event, so get out and enjoy. Now, here's something else that you can enjoy. Your outdoor living space, especially if you have the old metal awning, as I do. That was one of the selling points for me to go with them because it was dreary, it was just drab, it had years of just weather beating it down. And it looks like brand new now. But here's the thing. There was a time when the sun would reflect off this thing. You couldn't even come close to it, let alone if you would touch it accidentally doing some cleaning or whatever. You could get like a 3rd-degree burn. Well, guess what? Not only does it look good, it isn't an oven to sit on my front porch anymore. So talk about, and all of you that have these metal awnings that I would never want to replace because they're just absolutely adorable and great, this is another selling point when it comes to Rhino Shield. Teddy, tell them.
But you're right. With what you had, that was a restoration project.
Oh, yeah.
That was all put on there long ago. I'm going to guess in the 40s, maybe. I don't think it was original, but it goes back a while.
Mm-hmm.
And it had worn, it had weathered, it had, you got your...
It was disgusting, just say. It was, I couldn't even...
It was showing its age.
When I would walk into my house, I would look at the sidewalk because I couldn't look up. Go ahead.
But it truly was simply aesthetics. Structurally, that is a strong, solid piece of architecture.
Beautiful.
There's nothing wrong with it, and you cannot go out and buy something like that today. They don't make the metal awnings like that. If you find something, if you see it, it's like foil. It's nowhere near the thickness.
And you realize how much something like that would cost to actually tool and die to get it made?
Absolutely.
You can't even imagine.
So what we did was really restoring that to its original beauty.
It's unbelievable. It's gorgeous.
And I love doing that because they go from this, like you said, it showed its age. It looked bad.
It did.
To looking as though it were brand new, as though it was a new one installed on there.
So let's just cut to the chase. What can you apply Rhino Shield to?
The list of what we can't do is much shorter.
Okay, go.
Because we're talking about wood, metal, vinyl. We do asbestos. That's an up and coming. Yes, because Rhino Shield is an encapsulator. If you've got that old asbestos tile on the house, 1920s through the 40s, 50s, very, very popular. You know the places I'm talking about.
Yeah, look like
tons
bricks.
of them in Beaver, tons, all around the different areas. And we're getting calls from people who are telling me my homeowner's insurance company is forcing me to do something, and they recommend Rhino Shield because it is our most economical option. If somebody's going to put siding on it, they're going to remove it. That's an abatement project. You've got to have the asbestos abatement contractors come in first before you go to the siding people or whatever it's going to be. With Rhino Shield, we encapsulate it. We coat it in there. All of the fibers are locked in. You never have to worry about that asbestos again.
Do you know you just took me back to Pennsylvania Avenue in Rochester at my grandparents' house?
Yep.
And my dad explaining to me what that was because I thought it was brick till I got up close and realized that it wasn't. Do you understand what you've just done for people in my audience tonight? This is incredible. Tell them about this again.
Yeah, because you've got those... were almost like a slate tile or a cement tile, but they had fibers of asbestos molded into them to give them strength. Back in the 1940s and 50s, asbestos was wonderful. It was the new and up. It was the magic product. Everybody loved it.
Who knew?
I remember my dad bringing it home from
work. Look at this.
We can use this everywhere. It's great. And now it's killing companies.
But how did you find out? How did you guys realize you could do this?
Well, there is a process, and you have to work with the EPA, to be certified that your product will seal it so that the fibers cannot escape. And we have been approved for that.
That's fantastic.
Mm-hmm. So it's taking care of that problem, which can be an incredibly expensive problem, at a very, very reasonable price. The asbestos is there. It remains there, but it is locked in.
But do you understand there are people right now who are probably telling anybody that will listen, look what we have for you. Look what we have for you right now. That's amazing. Yeah. Absolutely amazing. All right, so what is the best way for people to take part in this opportunity, this 25%? I've done it enough, but you're the brains of the outfit. Tell them what they need to do.
It's really simple, and it's pick up the phone and call 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-744-6641. If you call right now, you're going to end up leaving a message. Tomorrow, you will get a call back from Lindsay, and she's my keeper. She takes care of me, and she will give you a call and answer questions that you have, set up an appointment for me to come out, work this out with you, answer all your questions, take care of what needs to be done.
What we're going to do on the other side, we saved the best for last because I've seen it from start to finish. Point A, B, C, D, all the way through the finished product. It's like they were never there, and it doesn't take forever. And we're also going to drill down on the cost to let you know this isn't something that is so outrageous that you can't even at least have them come to your house and give you an estimate. You're going to want to get the estimate. We're going to talk about pricing. And we're going to talk about the process, start to finish. And that's, when you think about what you guys do, it seems overwhelming, but it's so painless. It's seamless. And in a matter of days, they're out of there.
Yeah.
And basically, they're on the outside the entire time. So your life is not upside down. You got to get right side up. So you got to make this call. You got to get this opportunity. 25% off, 25% off. It's the Pratt Pack special. Make the call. 888-RHINO-41, 888-RHINO-41, 888-744-6641, 888-744-6641. Ted Starmack, we are streaming this live, the Metropolitan Window video screen. You can watch it and listen at the same time. Go to KDKARadio.com and click on KDKA Watch. We'll be back.
Honored to win the Marconi Award as the best news talk station in the country. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
This is attorney Christine Brown Murphy with the law firm of Zachariah Brown. If you have a loved one in a nursing home, we need to talk. Give our office a call at 724-942-6200 or visit our website at pittsburghelderlaw.com.
With Amazon Business, smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
I've got great news. It's Zero Res's best deal of the summer. Right now, they can handle every surface in your home and your business. Not just carpets, tile and grout, hardwood, laminate, stone, upholstery, rugs, and air ducts. You can get it all taken care of by the pros, the best of the best. That's Zero Res. And we have an aging dog. You know what issues that brings. And now you have summer parties, barbecues, festivities. People are going to be in and out. You've got to call Zero Res and get the platinum-rated cleaning service that safely and effectively removes all the deep embedded dirt that's nasty in your carpets, dander, and bacteria. In your air ducts, too. Call 412-701-1188. Ask for the KDKA special. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129 and take off $75 off your air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com today. Spell it backward or forward, it's Zero Res.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-285-0395. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-285-0395. 800-285-0395. 800-285-0395.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-979-3168. 800-979-3168. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-979-3168.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Did you know that now you can listen to all your favorite stations, including this one, shows, and even podcasts, all on the Odyssey app? Download it now.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Listen, I've been around a lot of people who are in the business of sales, but this guy is the real deal. And I'm not just saying it because I've had them, because I had to stroke a check like everyone else, but just to be around him, his energy, enthusiasm, and he's been in the business of sales for a long time, but he could really do it anywhere, any place, anytime, could do anything. But he loves working for Rhino Shield. Why? Because it flat out works. And the thing I love about Ted Starmack, his honesty, his integrity. And when I say, okay, let's cut to the chase, what's it going to cost? He's going to tell you exactly what we're looking at. But again, forward thinking. And then we're going to talk about the process that I can tell you unequivocally, beyond a shadow of a doubt. It was one of the easiest decisions because it was one of the easiest procedures I've ever experienced with any type of contracting, remodeling, or business that is into the business of home remodeling inside or out. They're that good. All right, let's nail down. Let's talk price, and then we'll talk about the process.
Well,
Teddy.
It is easy to sell a product that you believe in.
Absolutely.
And I believe in this. I really do. I've seen it work over and over. And like I said, my biggest hurdle is convincing people that it really isn't too good to be true. It really does everything that it says it does. But when we talk about the process, and this is an important part, because earlier you were talking about the crew, and I love getting that kind of feedback from the crews, finding out how happy you are with the work that they did, how meticulous they were, how they cleaned up after themselves, they took care of your property, your shrubs and plantings around there, all of that, and that's our business. That's part of our process. But those guys have been certified to install Rhino Shield, so it's not just grabbing some people off the street and come on, paint a house.
No, they're good.
They have been educated on how to apply this product properly for each of the different substrates. I talked to you at the last segment. You asked me where we can put Rhino Shield, and I said the list of where we can't put it is much shorter because we can do just about anything. But each of those conditions, each of the substrates, the surface material, has to be treated a little different when we get into it. So that's where they come into. First thing they're going to do in the process is get out and do a thorough inspection. Look it over, see what they're getting into, see what they might have to look at even more closely to get prepared. That's when they're doing the initial cleaning and pressure wash. Now, I talk about a pressure wash. It's not what you might imagine. It's not heavy chemicals. It's not real hard. It's a soft wash. All we're trying to do is take off dirt and dust to get our best adhesion. So there's no harsh chemicals, nothing like that. We're just basically hosing it down to clean it off so that we get the best adhesion. They're going to let that dry for a little bit and then come back and start patching and repairing any areas that require patching and repairing. Holes drilled in the walls, mortar joints where you've got cracks.
Woodpecker's been banging on the house.
We get into those, yes. A lot of patching, filling up woodpecker holes, things along those lines. If you've got wood planks that have shrunk and you've got the space in between, we'll fill that in with our elastomeric resin. Do away with those seams. So we'll get into all of that patching. Then this is a big one because a lot of folks don't get into this, don't do it. They assume the pressure washing is going to take care of it. We're going to scrape off any material, coating, paint that is delaminated, that is no longer laminated to the surface. So we're going to scrape off any loose material. Take it down to whatever everything that is only applied.
And this is thorough. I mean, I've never seen anybody this thorough. Go ahead.
We do not sand. That's why we scrape off what's there. If it's remaining, if it's stuck, we're going to leave it there. Any caulking, we use an elastomeric resin with a 60-year warranty when we put caulking on there. This is something that is going to remain pliable for 60-plus years. It's not going to crack and dry out and crack like a lot of caulkings that you find will do. This is going to hold up. Again, our product is designed for the long run.
And I mean the long run.
Mm-hmm. We're going to mask off areas that we're to protect that we're not going to be coating. And then our primer goes on. And I can't say enough about the primer. I think it is really cool in that it is an etching primer. If you've got an old wood house that's been painted, maybe 8-10 times before, our primer is going to penetrate through all of that old paints and stains to bond to the wood material below. Common question I would get is, 25 years sounds like a great warranty, but come on, it's only as good as the paint you put it on top of. What happens when that peels up? We're going through it. It's not peeling up. We're taking it down to the core. Then that primer gives us a new surface to work with, especially when we're talking about aluminum. Aluminum siding, your aluminum awning, that was powdery. You run your fingers on that, you got powder on it. There was nothing that could stick to it. Our primer goes through all of that, gives us a new surface to apply to. And then the top coat will go on top of that.
We got like 3 minutes, so take your time. Go ahead.
I just looked up and there was a Rhino Shield commercial on the TV.
That's because people know what to put on TV, too, because it works.
Distracted me. But the top coat, that's the one with the ceramics and the colors and the resins, the one that has got the flexibility, the stretchability, 25-year warranty. It has a life expectancy of 50 to 60 years. You will never do this again.
Nor will my grandchildren, probably.
You're right. You're right. This is the one and done. So once the finish coat's done, they're going to go back over it, look for any detail touch-up, make sure it's all done properly. Big step, final step. Well, we're going to clean up.
Yeah, they did.
Say that again.
They did, because you know me, Mr. Neat. And they said, Rob, don't worry, we'll get everything. And I'm like, really? And they got everything.
I can't tell you how much I hear people saying, they left a mess here. And these people, not our, but other contractors.
No.
They never come back for this. They didn't. We want to leave it at least as nice as it was when we got there.
I think they actually trimmed my hedges.
They might have. It makes it easier to get to the area, sure.
And listen, I got to call my elder attorney, Carl Zachariah, from that law firm. Maybe I should have this included in my will that I had Rhino Shield done.
It is a transferable warranty.
I mean, think about it.
No, seriously.
This house, unless I find that next one, it's going to be my daughter's. And I mean, think about it. She's 22, going to be 23 on July 2nd. I get 10, 15 years out of it. Then she gets 10, 15 years out of it. She's not painting the house.
Sure. And I'll tell people this, if they're looking at, we get into the legal aspect of it. If you're looking to sell, it is a transferable warranty.
And it's a great selling point.
Put this on the disclosure statement. When people think disclosure, they're thinking all negatives. Stack it with some positives.
Yeah, think about how much money I'm saving you.
Yeah, this is warranted. This is what we have in there that's warranted, that you're not going to have to worry about. So
great.
Disclose the goods as well as the bad. But the final step after the cleanup is that we want to walk this property with you, the homeowner. Make sure that you're getting what you expected to get. I'm going to ask you for a review. I'm going to ask you for an honest review. I hope that it's a top-notch review. I expect that it's going to be. But I want to ask for a review because I'm as guilty as anybody else. If somebody does what I expected them to do, I'm probably not going to do cartwheels.
Well, listen, I got to tell you, so I get home after a long day, and my man doing such a great job with his crew. I get in the house, my doorbell rings, and I'm like, I thought they were gone. Next thing you know, he says, let's go. So I come out, and he literally walked around the entire, and I went, they don't miss a trick. Ted said they would do that. I wasn't even thinking about it, and they did it. Listen, I can't thank you enough. You are the real deal, and this is an opportunity for everybody to get a great deal. Pratt Pack special tonight, 25% off Rhino Shield. Make the call. Get that 25% off. 888-RHINO-41, 888-RHINO-41, 888-744-6641, 888-744-6641. Ted, thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Thanks for being a customer.
Hey,
I appreciate that.
I'd do it again, but I don't need to do it again. All right, that number is 888-744-6641. Paul, next with the news at 8, and Mr. Michael Bartley till 10.
The proceeding was paid for by Rhino Shield. Information on the program was intended to solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. They believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Visit assistedgoals.org to apply. It's the City of Pittsburgh's Independence Day celebration, and the fun starts at 4 p.m. on July 4th on Pittsburgh's North Shore. Enjoy family activities, nonstop music, and fantastic food. And tune to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA for the Fireworks Bonanza Mix from TJ the DJ. Brought to you by Rome Monument, Teamsters Local 926 and Lamont. New to Rivers Casino? Join now and earn up to $1,000 free slot play. Stop by Rush Rewards on your next visit to start earning today.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 86 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. 4 people were taken to the hospital after they were shocked while working on a roof project at the Grace Evangelical Lutheran Church in Beaver County. Sergeant Dawn Shane was the first officer on the scene.
There were 3 males down in cardiac arrest. Paramedics from Medic Rescue were working on them. 1 male had some burns and refused treatment. But officers and the medics and the fire department, emergency services worked on the victims for a while, and they were all transported to Heritage Valley Beaver.
Duquesne Light and OSHA are investigating. Police say their investigation is finished. They're calling it accidental. Pittsburgh police are investigating after a man's body was found in a stairwell of a secure apartment building in downtown Pittsburgh just before noon. Police say video from inside the building shows the man entering the stairwell on the 19th floor where he experienced some type of trauma. Police spokesperson Emily Bourne says the stairwell has a number of pipes that intersect, and as the man fell, some of his appendages detached from his torso. He was pronounced dead at the scene. Police say the death is not suspicious. The man that was found guilty for shooting the mother of his child in front of their 1-year-old boy will spend the rest of his life in jail. 41-year-old Terrence Washington was found guilty in March of killing 32-year-old Makita Thompson when he shot her in the back of the head 4 times. Washington called his actions unforgivable. The judge ended her statement by saying, "May God have mercy on your soul, sir. I don't think anyone else in this courtroom does." Crews in Connellsville continue to work for a fisherman that was reported missing Tuesday night. Mayor Greg Lincoln says that swift water teams from around the area were helping Connellsville Police and the New Haven Hose Company search the area with sonar. The unidentified fisherman was along the Youghiogheny River when they went missing. Police tell KDKA Radio there's been no change to the situation as of Wednesday evening. Please continue to keep the family of this individual in your thoughts and prayers, wrote Mayor Lincoln in a Facebook post. Excitement today at the Pittsburgh Zoo and Aquarium as it receives the most significant gift in its history. News Radio KDK's David Ballarado has more.
The $10 million anonymous gift will mean two key parts of the zoo's master plan will now move forward. President and CEO Dr. Jeremy Goodman says construction should begin by the end of the year for a new giraffe barn, and plans will start on an ambitious new exhibit called Expedition Indonesia.
It's going to be an incredibly immersive exhibit where we're going to take people into the forests of Indonesia, or through Borneo and whatnot.
Orangutans will be mixed in with siamangs and Malayan tapirs, all of which are endangered. Expedition Indonesia will take about 2 years to design, followed by another 2 years of construction. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Sports Pirates drop a 4-2 decision to the Milwaukee Brewers in Milwaukee today. Day off tomorrow. The Mets in town, starting a series on Friday. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
$3.2 million for a power plant worker with mesothelioma. $3 million for the family of a steel worker who died from asbestos-related lung cancer. Another $3.8 million for the family of a steel worker with mesothelioma. These are just a few case results that Pittsburgh-based law firm Goldberg, Persky & White have been able to get for their clients. They can do the same for you. If you're suffering from lung cancer or mesothelioma, contact GPW for a free consultation at 1-800-COMPLEX or gpwlaw.com.
Tickets are on sale now for the upcoming season of the Pittsburgh Speaker Series presented by University of Pittsburgh and Heinz Hall with Dr. Anthony Fauci, Malcolm Gladwell, historian Doris Kearns Goodwin, former National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster, National Geographic photographer Christina Mittermeier, former Russian political prisoner Vladimir Kara-Murza, and geopolitical economist Pippa Malmgren. For information and tickets, go to pittsburghspeakers.org. Sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
There will be a thunderstorm in spots early on this evening, otherwise partly cloudy, warm and sticky. We'll have a low of 73 with clouds and sunshine. Very warm and humid tomorrow with a couple of thunderstorms around and a high of 88. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Information when it happens from the Middle East. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. You've heard the stories. Now talk about them with Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Margo, this is Halloween music. Where'd you get Just kidding. This is Michael Jackson. Okay, all right. Welcome back. Michael Bartley, that hour off was nice. I had my salad and pizza. Oh, boy, oh, boy. And look at the phone lines lit up already. And I Roger and Dick and Bishop, I'm coming right to you. Since I didn't have time in that first hour. I'm going to get into the fight over semantics of the word obliterated. We'll get to that. Okay. But first, I'm going to go to the phones because this was so nice for you guys to call back in. Roger, down on the farm. Is that you?
That's me.
Where have you been?
Well, you've been so busy, and I didn't write today. You talked to the nun. My sister's a nun, too.
Is she?
And,
where is she a nun? Where?
That's St. Francis. St. Francis?
Yeah, okay, that's wonderful. I didn't know. Hey, did you get bad storms tonight?
I got a little bit of rain. Me and Miss Piggy, the little pig goes with
I know.
me.
Yeah.
We was out there in the John Deere out there, and we were picking sweet corn today. Today's the first day.
What? What do you mean? Knee high by the 4th of July? You can't pick that yet.
Oh, I'm picking it.
Are you kidding? Are you kidding?
Yeah, I'm always, I picked 3 wagons today.
Oh, man. Is it?
2 weeks ago, I picked hay and straw.
Wait. What's the sweet corn looking like?
Good, nice.
All right, now, I have to ask you a big question. You ready? Because I haven't heard from you in a while because I know this is your busy time of year. But
yeah, I've been busy. I go to bed about 9:30.
I know. And my schedule's been crazy. I've been doing the morning show, all that kind of stuff.
That's what I said. That's why I didn't bother you.
I know. And Dick and Dayton, he asked Margot, my producer, he's like, where's Michael? But I was here, but I had different schedules. But wait, Roger, tell me, did you get remember the ice rounded up some of your workers there and they took them away? Did you get them back?
I'm going to get them back. I got some college kids out here.
Oh, you do? Okay. But those kids will do the work. Are they doing any good?
They don't do like the Mexicans. Oh, that's the best ones, the Mexicans. I'm getting them back.
All right, now.
And guess who's supposed to come out see me?
Who?
Trump.
Is he?
He said he's going to fly. He want to know if I got any wires out here. I said, hell no, we ain't got no wires. We don't got electric out here.
Oh, man. You are something. Wait a minute. What about your eggs?
I'm going to get them Mexicans back because I got their house here.
I know, and that house
and they've been here. They
I know.
don't live Mexicans
they're the best. They're wonderful workers for you. What about the price of eggs?
Well, I got Kroger's and a couple of them down to $3, $2. Now, bacon went up. Now.
I know. Everything's up. I can't even explain to you. I wanted to buy.
My mom and dad told me say hi to you.
Oh, I love them. Wait, how's their health? They're in their 90s, aren't they?
No, they're in the hundreds. My dad's 106.
What?
My mom's 102.
What?
I'm 80. I just turned 80.
How about, boy, that farm? I'll tell you, you're healthy. Like I can't believe.
I'm not giving that farm up. I'm not giving it up.
Don't you dare. You know why? I think hard work keeps people alive. I do.
I miss you, Mike. My mom and dad said, why you don't call that guy on KDKA? I said, who, Mikey? I said, that guy's been so busy this week. I was going to call him Saturday.
I know, and I was on the air during the day, and you're out in the...
I'm out in the field. I won't call you in the
You're out in the combine and everything. But wait a minute. You mentioned the sweet corn. I wanted to know what it's looking like.
Yeah, it's real good. I mean, tastes real good. Today's the first day I picked it.
I can't believe you picked sweet corn already.
Yeah. Well, I put it in early. I put it in March.
I know, but is that because of all the...
I covered it up with Praxi. I covered it up with this little thick Praxi.
I know, but is that because... I know, but we've had a lot of rain. I know you probably...
Yeah, we had a lot of rain this year.
But you have your own irrigation thing too, right?
Yep.
Boy, your water bills must be something, huh?
I don't got a water bill. I got a lake out here.
Oh, really? Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, man.
I don't got no water bill. I don't got no electric bill. I ain't got no gas bill.
Oh, boy. All right. Hey.
Everything runs on a, what do you call them things?
Oh,
generator.
Generator, yeah.
Yeah.
So you just...
And the whole farm is under air conditioning. It's all air conditioning.
Yeah, but listen, you have to have air conditioning for your mom and dad if they're in their hundreds.
Oh, yeah.
You got central air?
Yep.
Tell me about working in this kind of heat, though, on the farm. That is blazing.
Well,
that's blazing
for me,
sun.
when I get in the tractor, Mikey, it's air conditioning. And I would listen to your station in the tractor because I got AM FM in there.
Yeah. I know, but then if you get out in the fields and so forth, that is direct sunlight with heat indexes.
See, right now I'm getting mist because that blue rain. I'm getting mist out there.
Oh, are
now.
you? Oh, that little rain. Yeah. That little rain was pretty good. I'm telling you, it was pretty good. It was. It really was.
In about 2 more weeks, I'm going to be picking tomatoes.
Yeah, I tell you what. My next door neighbor said she already got a tomato in there, and
no kidding.
Yeah, I think. Roger, I'm telling you, I think a lot of it has to do with the amount of rain we've gotten. I do believe it, don't you?
Yeah.
It's been pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
It's been pretty good, I'll tell you. All right.
My mom said, you better call that guy KDKA. He might think you're dead. I just turned 80. I turned 80 on April. My dad's going to be turning 107, and my mom's going to turn 103.
Oh, my.
And he just like you. My mom listened to you a lot. I can't listen to you a lot because I'm busy.
I know. And I tell her I feel bad that she was probably looking for me in the evening, but I was on during the day. So, and that happens,
and
but that's okay.
Them Mexicans, I'm going to get them back.
You better get them back. You need those workers.
You think really Trump will come out here? You think he will?
No, I don't, Roger. I'm not.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
No.
But you better yell at those college kids if they're not doing the work that you want them to do.
Oh, boy, I'll tell you, it's a mess, Mike. I had to get you out here.
I'll come out there. They'll hear me out there, I'm telling you. All right, save me some sweet corn. Do you hear me?
Okay.
Roger, tell your parents hello, and tell them I love them. Tell them thanks for listening. I appreciate it.
And they just love you, and I just love you, too. I only talk to you. I don't talk to nobody else.
That's so funny. Roger, you're the greatest. Thank you.
I heard Pratt. What's his name?
Well, Pratt, he's a great guy. I love him. Yeah.
Well, I think he comes out and see my brother, Steve.
Sometime. Oh, does he? Oh, I bet he does. Yeah, Rob's so friendly. He's a wonderful guy.
Yes, he is.
All right, Roger. Have a good night.
I don't want to take too much of your time.
I know you got a lot. You got to get into bed too, Roger. Thanks so much. No, isn't that wonderful? All right, I'm going in order. Dick and Dayton, you're next. Then Bishop. Then Joanne. Here we go. Isn't that funny? I didn't even bring up any topics, and everyone's on the phone. But we love talking at night. We do. But I do. How about Roger's parents? His dad's 106 and his mother's, what did he say, 103? Now, that's farm living. See, they know what they're doing. Hard work is good for you. It is. I always say, I don't know. I don't think I'd be happy if I retired. I don't know. I'm kind of semi-retired, I guess. I love going to work. Some people I know just don't. There are some people who retire and they're the happiest people in the whole world. They can't help it. They're so happy. Other people, some in my family, dear friends, they retired and they're not happy, and then they work a few hours in the morning and then they're happy again. It all depends. I'm not judging anybody, you know. Hey, well, you know what you learn in life? Don't ever try to get people to conform to the way you live. That's not only arrogant, it's stupid. That's how you misjudge people. Some people love working, some people hate working. I love working. I can't help myself. I just can't. Anyway, I'll talk a little more about the Middle East. Some of the MAGA folks are mad at Trump. I guess he's going to meet with the U.S. is going to meet with Iran next week, and they're going on about the meaning of the word obliterated. Things. So here we go. All right, 866-391-1020. Dick and Dayton, you're next, my main man. I want to hear from you. I haven't heard from you forever either. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh. I'll be right back.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Well, these polymers aren't as flexible as batch K3.
Researcher Laurie is stretched thin.
Did you get the vulcanization analytics from V66? Wait, are these rubber scores from last week?
She needs to hire new lab technicians so she can bounce back into her old self.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our matching platform lets you spend less time searching and more time connecting with candidates. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
The time has come this mowing season to get the best zero-turn mower out there, a Gravely lawnmower. Gravely's zero-turn mowers beat any tractor out there with precision cutting that gets the job done in a fraction of the time. And now for a limited time, save up to $700 on select Gravely mowers and take advantage of 0% financing. Stripe your lawn this season with a Gravely zero-turn riding mower. See the full lineup at Gravely.com and visit your local Gravely dealer today.
Head to PNC Park on Sunday, June 29th for a family fun day when the Bucks take on the New York Mets at 1:35 p.m. Arrive early to PNC Park and enjoy the Family Fun Zone on Federal Street, presented by C&M Play Studio, with fun for the entire family. Plus, all kids 14 and under take home a replica Mitch Keller jersey, thanks to Sheets. And be sure to stay after the game for Kids Run the Bases, presented by Chicken of the Sea. Get your tickets now at pirates.com/familyfundays.
If you're thinking about retiring soon, be sure to tune into the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors, Saturdays at 1. Beth talks about the latest trends and headlines that could impact your retirement. Don't go into retirement unprepared. Listen every Saturday afternoon at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Firm offers insurance services. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
The financial industry can be confusing. That's why our show, Expedition Retirement, has a new name. Join us for Fire Your Financial Advisor, Saturday night at 8 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
All the news you need for your day and the sports, music, and podcasts you love are all on the free Odyssey app. Download now.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Michael Bartley back with you here till 10 o'clock. Oh, man. Dick and Dayton, I am so happy to hear from you. I haven't heard from you in weeks. I was worried about you.
Oh, hi, Michael.
Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy.
How you doing?
I'm good. How you doing? I'm okay. I'm good.
Your producer is, boy, she's great.
Isn't she nice? Isn't she wonderful? Her name's Margot.
Margot, yeah. I just wanted to tell you, well, you know what happened is Mindy came it was about a couple of weeks ago. I've been here. I had to move out of my house because the state didn't think it was right for me to stay there. And
what does that mean? What is that supposed to mean?
Well, what happened was my girlfriend, she's been in care, since her legs got bad.
Yeah.
And then it just got too much. The lawns were getting bad and the bills. And Mindy gave me a proposition, so they just moved me. Eddie and Mary moved me. I had to go toward it's down by the Dayton Mall by 675 and 75. I went into Stony Ridge. It's a very ritzy, well-taken place. It's called for assisted living.
Okay, I was going to say for assisted living. Does that mean They didn't want you to stay in the house because you physically you can't do all that yard work and stuff.
Yeah, I couldn't do it, but the people here just look. It's like a dream. First day I came here, I met Trey, and he's from he's from up in the area there. We got music, and they got bingo every day, and I get 3 meals. And it's funny, all my friends have called. One of my favorites in Cincinnati, they all called the Stony Ridge place and said, "Is Dick okay?" See, they know me. You're used to me talking, but it's nice here. I got my instruments and a nice bed. And
are you physically,
nice
Dick?
place.
Dick, are you physically? Are you? You don't have to give me your age, but are you physically? Your mobility's okay, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
Very good health. They've been giving me my legs. I've had stiff. That's because I worked on concrete at Lowe's so much. Walking and stuff, stiffness. And the nurse told me you're a little nervous, not too bad, but everything checked out. But gee, I didn't have a phone for 3 weeks. It was bad.
Wow.
Bad, man.
Why not? Why didn't you?
Well, we had to get everything settled. And
all right.
We went through Spectrum. And see, AT&T was so busy, but they just came. They came yesterday and put a new screen up. So, gosh, I was, you could imagine how anxiety I was not calling my radio people. You know what I mean?
I know. I got. It's funny that you're such a popular caller that.
Yeah.
During the other hours, because I did Larry's show, I did do Marty's show, and some people have asked, "Hey, where's that guy from Dayton, Ohio, who calls you? Is he okay?" And I said, "I don't know."
Yeah.
People were worried about you. Listen, how's the food at the assisted living place?
It's good. It's really good.
Now, do you get up and go down there for dinner?
Oh, I stay here now. I have a little bed. And my animal came, and
I know that. I know you're in the assisted living, but don't you have to go downstairs for the meals?
No, I come up.
Oh, you do your own stuff. You do your own stuff.
No, they have the little where I eat is right there beside the door. And then if you want to do outside, you go second. If you want to eat outside, we have a little room there. It's reserved for people playing music, and me and Trey are going to play next week. That's going to be nice.
Oh, that's
a
lot of fun. Yeah, absolutely. Now, listen, I'm going to ask you something. Have you been staying indoors? Because Dayton, Ohio has been, Dick, we have horrible heat here in terms of, the feels like is triple digits. And I think we're still in that tomorrow. And so, if you're a senior citizen, you got to watch,
Mm-hmm.
Did they tell you to stay inside?
Oh, usually you can sit outside. You have to, if you go somewhere to play, so, like my friends pick me up for dinner, you just sign in and sign out, and I come late at night. The guard lets me in. Kind of nice.
Yeah, it is kind of nice. Wow. Congratulations on your new digs. This is wonderful.
Yeah.
That's really, really good. I'm sorry that you had. I miss
talking to you guys there in Pittsburgh. I really do.
I know we miss you too. I'm sorry that they sort of pushed you out of your house. But listen, Dick, you're in a better place now because you don't have to worry about all the upkeep of that house.
Yeah, that's true.
Don't worry about that. Just don't you dare worry about that. Honestly, So listen.
Listen, I'll keep in touch, okay?
All right, listen, yeah, don't forget. And I'll be here tomorrow night. Don't worry, I have a regular shift tomorrow night, and we'll chat it up. Don't worry.
Okay, take care.
Thanks, Dick. Bye-bye. All right, so Roger and Dick, isn't it wonderful? And how about them calling back to back? You know what they are? They're a respite. They're a innocent, loving respite from the madness of this world. They really are. And some of you might wonder why does Bartley give them all this time? I tell you what, I love talking to them. And I have a nephew who's like, oh, man, I love when those guys call you. Roger on the farm up near Creighton, Dick in Dayton, Ohio. And you know that I get calls from all around the country, but do those two want to go on about politics and crime and Republican, Democrat, Socialist, MAGA? No, they don't. No, they don't. You know what they want to do? They want to call and see how you're doing. Isn't that wonderful? What is wrong with that? Nothing. Nothing. What a respite they are. My. All right, I'm going to pick it up with, we're going to go Bishop, then Joanne. Don't you worry. And, but it was really nice to start off with those two. Oh, my. All right, Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio, KDKA.
You love spring in Pittsburgh, so don't spend it painting. Do what Judy did. She called Rhino Shield.
The house that Rhino Shield did for my husband and I, after having the house painted with kind of usual house paint, I was seeing cracks appearing about every 3 years and just wasn't very satisfied with that.
Rhino Shield ceramic technology is formulated for our unique climate here in Pittsburgh.
I can't speak highly enough about the Rhino Shield crew. They also were great at working with me to get the exact right color because I was very particular.
Backed by a 25-year transferable warranty. And now get Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
I would not hesitate to call Rhino Shield, and I am just thrilled to recommend Rhino Shield to my friends and neighbors and family.
Here's Rhino Shield's Shane Smith.
This offer is limited, so call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint.
Don't vinyl.
Go Rhino.
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Tune in to KDKA Radio every Saturday morning at 8 a.m. for On the Money with Secure Money Advisors. Brian Caranta has tips that will make sure your retirement and income plan is ready to help provide you with a comfortable, secure retirement.
It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much angst and anger these days that, you know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at kdkradio.com.
Get Marty is presented by Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Levin Furniture, UPMC Health System, CNS Construction, John Keefe Restaurant Group of Oakmont, and by Robert Pierce and Associates. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. Several lawmakers are pressing for the passage of a measure that would require congressional approval for further military action against Iran. California Democrat Mike Levin is one of them and tells CBS News.
All we are asking for is the recognition that we are a co-equal branch of government. This should not be controversial, and this is fundamentally different from other presidents.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador and then returned, will remain in jail as attorneys argue over whether he could be targeted by ICE while awaiting trial on human smuggling charges. CBS's Nicole Valdez.
The question is, if he goes back into ICE custody, where will he be held, and is there a chance he could be deported once again?
The FDA warns of a possible heart side effect from mRNA COVID shots from Pfizer and Moderna. CBS's Alexander Tin.
The FDA's new warning cites a study that found abnormal heart scans that show potential heart injury that could last months after vaccination.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. O'Reilly.
Save money on your next full synthetic oil change at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil for just $35.95. We can recommend all the oil change supplies you need. Shop your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Have you been told there's nothing that can be done for your neuropathy? Tri-State Neuropathy Centers is pleased to tell you that is not true. As one of the largest and most successful neuropathy treatment practices in the country, Tri-State Neuropathy Centers has grown to 9 regional centers and helped over 14,000 patients, like Janie from West Homestead. Janie's neuropathy pain limited her activities to where she couldn't stand long enough to cook a meal. She feared she might need a wheelchair. Then Janie found Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Their effective FDA-approved treatment program greatly improved Janie's neuropathy, and she considers her decision to use Tri-State Neuropathy Centers as a wise investment in her health and future. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers helped Janie, along with thousands of others. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Tonight it will be warm and sticky with a thunderstorm in spots early, otherwise a partly cloudy sky, a low of 73, and then a very warm and humid day tomorrow with clouds and sunshine. There will be a couple of thunderstorms around with a high of 88. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
He's downright entertaining, and he's on the voice of Pittsburgh, Michael Bartley, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Hey, welcome back, and I know I get loquacious and yappy in the evenings, so I'm going to try to limit that because we're kind of short on time already because we got split up a little bit tonight, but that's okay. So I'm going to prioritize phones. Marjorie, Joanne, Jake, you're all in. I'm sorry, Bishop, you're first. Hi, buddy.
Well, thank you. Hey, listen here, and I love listening to those two callers before me. They're
too.
Very,
I love them.
I love them.
I love
and
them.
I heard the first one we were talking about a little immigration. There was Trump listen, this guy has inhumanely, this is why his people are so deranged and so illusional and so out to lunch. And by the way, I digress for 1 second. I'm not always allowed to go in Butler County either, the bishop. Now listen, because of my position and my stance.
Don't ever let anyone stop you from going anywhere or doing anything you want to do.
It's true. Now let me just say this.
Don't let anyone try to scare you. Don't ever let that happen.
Oh no, I ain't scared now. I ain't never scared. Now inhumanely. Now these being deported and being detained and being put in the different places around the country. And I wasn't happy with the Supreme Court came down and said that they could be deported to some of these countries that they ain't never been at, Sudan and other places. But here's the thing with the farmers. They voted, a lot of them voted against their own interests. That's their fault. Now listen here. You're not going to be able to replace those workers because they're not going to get replacements because people are not going to come in and work on those farms because they may fare the same type of thing. Now, here's the thing, Brother Bartley, and maybe you can attest to this. When Trump won, you knew that it was probably your time to get out of this country because you know what he was going to do. He did what he said he was going to do. He's pitiful. He's pathetic. He's not going to win a Nobel Peace Prize. And like I said, his people are so illusional and trying to always stroke his ego because of, first of all, he has no foreign plan and his inhumane treatment of people around the country and in this country of deporting. This deporting system, I'm not for illegal immigration, and you heard me say that. But there is a humane way to do certain things. Am I right?
I would not disagree with that. And I'm okay with throwing criminals out of here. You know, I'm okay with that. I mean, I'm okay with throwing criminals who are citizens out of here. But you don't hear a lot about that, do you? I mean, it's
No.
So I don't get much of it, but I don't know.
Well, you know, the Pope was not for it. You know?
And don't just say it's farmers who voted against their interests. So did some black people and Latinos.
Oh no.
So did gay people. I have a lot of gay friends who were wealthy who voted for Trump too. It's because of money.
We know about them. But to be crying and everything. Listen, you knew what was going to happen to those workers if they got caught. You knew it. Now, let me just say this. With this military stuff and how, look, like I said, I'm not worried about the curse word he said. I mean, I'm not that everybody knows because Lyndon Johnson used to use the F word.
Yeah, you were mad at me yesterday because I kind of liked it. I kind of liked it.
Yeah, okay.
Because that was the first time I ever heard Trump where I thought, oh my God, he's being authentic, and I think he was. But you thought it was phony.
And I'm telling you, he was being fake in regards of the fact of this. When he said it out of his own mouth. These two countries have been fighting for years. Okay, why did you get the experimentalists get us into it by bombing? You knew it. Okay, so what that makes you look like? Not too bright. Now, because you cast us into it, and now you got every city in America burning resources because heightened security, etc., that's going to go on for months. And you best believe when the draft gets here, the heightened security will be, it's going to be anyway, but even more so because, to tell you the truth, Brother Bartley, that draft, because it's held outside, and I work in the federal law enforcement, etc., is a soft target. It's held outside. So it's a soft target with 700,000 to a million folks descending on a city. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, but listen. I had that guy on yesterday. What was his last name? The doctor from Pitt, and he wrote the book on Osama bin Laden and terror groups and terror cells. And at the end of the day, don't let anyone, if you don't go somewhere because you're afraid of terrorists, they win. Screw that.
Right.
Just go.
What I'm saying is nobody is going to be afraid. I don't have no problem going
I'll be
down
there every night. I ain't going to be afraid of nothing.
I'm not afraid of nothing, but you do have to pay attention. That's all. Nobody's afraid of nothing.
I got
now,
you.
Let me just say this. I believe that, listen, I'm glad the guys got back home safe who flew the mission because they had no choice in the matter. But I do believe that the Iranians hid a lot of that stuff. I don't believe the mission was completed as they thought they have, in my opinion. Even experts are saying this don't really stop the Iranians.
And they're going to go in there and take a look, and and Trump and his followers, they love saying fake news. I knew exactly what the folks were saying. I mean, on Friday, was that Saturday night? Yeah. I was like, how does he know it was obliterated? He didn't, but he said it. But he said it anyway. And there were some indications today that there's a lot of damage, but they still have to do it, and they still have to go in and assess this. Generals McCaffrey, what was the other one? They said, they could have had time to bring stuff out of there. Some of that stuff could be in somebody's condo. It's not. So we have to wait and see. Now, Trump said that the U.S. is meeting with Iran next week. I hope part of that is let them in there and take look with the naked eye so we can check it out. I hope Trump's right, but anything less than people kissing his butt, he accuses the media. It's the media's fault because he misspoke and said, here's the definition of obliterated: to remove all signs of something, either by destroying it or by covering it so that it cannot be seen.
And you're right. Now listen here. This is all a distraction as well, and I'll close with this. This bill is coming up for a vote. Horrific. And I'm saying again, Bannon said it. 28, they're doing all they can to get him on the ballot. A lot of this stuff are distractions, and I'm going to say this and I'll close. It's still Shapiro and Moore.
Oh, you're already going on about the elections, man.
Well, no, Bannon said it.
I got you. It's all right. That's all right. Hey, everyone's. I value everyone's opinion here. No worries.
If he, whatever reason, legalistic or whatever, is able to run in 28, which I don't believe he will, but let's just say, then you're gonna throw out Barack Obama and Shapiro. I'm telling you, you can't beat him.
All right.
I'll close with that. I'll talk to you, my friend.
All right. I'll be here tomorrow night. Don't forget. So on that issue of obliterated, Trump he didn't acquiesce, but he sort of qualified it today at NATO when he said, the original word that I used, I guess it got us in trouble because it's a strong word. It was obliteration. And you'll see that, and it's going to come out. Israel is doing a report on it. I understand, he said. So they're doubling down and tripling down, which they do, and we're used to that now with him. Maybe it was obliterated. I think all the media was pointing out is that the chairman of the Joint Chiefs said that's too early to tell that. But anything less than that, and Trump's like, oh, the pilots, the B-2 pilots are offended, insulted, and upset. No, they're not. Please. Are you kidding me? Pilots who on board a B-2 are offended and upset? I don't think so. Are you kidding me? But I did like Trump swearing yesterday, and I know I don't really care. I kind of liked it. I thought that was a bit authentic. Okay, calls coming back. Let me look over here. Oh, Joanne. Oh, it's an all-star lineup tonight. Joanne, and then Jake and Cranberry. Jake, I haven't heard from you in a while. And then Andy and Butler. Everybody's in. Don't you worry. Michael Bartley, I'll be back with the callers, and we're rocking now.
The KDKA Mobile News Fleet is driven by Jim Shorkey Kia, North Huntington and Wexford. JimShorkeyKia.com.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates and get ready to succeed again. Get an affordable online skills-based education to move your career forward. UMGC offers no-cost digital materials in place of textbooks in most courses, low-cost tuition, and over $21 million in scholarship opportunities each aid year. Find out if you qualify at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
That's are us. When dreams don't get in, that's are us.
Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel, plus low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsareus.com. 412-556-BATH.
That's are us. When dreams don't get in, that's are us.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Since we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see and hear lots of lawyer ads. It seems that most are bragging on what they got their clients. But be careful. If you heard that someone sold their car for $500,000, you would be impressed. But if you later learned that it was a rare $10 million Ferrari, would you say that person got screwed? And that's before you even know if it's true. Who is fact-checking? And how much went to medical bills and lawyers' fees? If you want to get an idea what your case may be really worth, visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts. You will see what a law firm like ours is capable of. And fact-check for yourself. All that glitters is not gold. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won big, a lot. At Morgan & Morgan, we represent consumers. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Every day, every hour, every minute. Continuous updates on the crisis in the Middle East. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay. Michael Bartley with you on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDK. It's Wednesday evening, 8:50. And I'm trying to get everyone in here. Joanne, you are next. Joanne. Hi, Joanne.
Hey, Michael. I just want, I have other things to say, but I enjoyed your humorous response at that criminal, that dictator, when he threw the F-bomb out. And I'll tell you this, my comment for that is, these people that try to put this man up on a pedestal, this cult, this criminal, this felon, and talk to their children about that. Let one of their children throw the F-bomb out at them. with this huge popular criminal and see how they would respond. Because he's supposed to be showing some kind of example, but to me, when I know there's people in jail for the same things he did, and he's walking around here like he's some kind of dictator, it just bothers me. So usually when he comes on, I just turn it off because it's just ridiculous. He likes to be in the limelight, whether it's good news, bad news, no news, he's going to be in the forefront. Now, the other thing that bothers me, how dare he go after like CNN and any other channel that reports things that are not true about him? And people better watch out because
what they reported, Joanne, was what was repeated by people in the Pentagon and in Congress, that we need to get in there and take a look. And then he said that was fake news, all because he screwed up and overstated things, which he does. On that thing about him dropping the F-bomb, and I had a lot of fun with that yesterday because I kind of thought it was kind of real and authentic. I didn't. I rarely think he is because we're just so used to him. I know when he's overstating and his hyperbole and everything. But you know what's interesting about that? You just said that. You know the Heritage Foundation people who are just running the show. And they're supposed to be conservative, and they what do they think about the president of the United States saying the F word? I didn't have a problem with it. I didn't, but don't they? Of course they don't. Not because it's Donald Trump.
Right. Well, I laughed when you were laughing at, my friends.
I can't help. I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it.
Person it was, you laughed, and I thought that I enjoyed that humor. But that was your opinion, and just like everybody else, you certainly have a right to your opinion. The other thing, the news people better watch out because he has the power now to go after what's being said and what's not being said. And these wimpy Republicans, people keep talking about the Democrats, and when you talk about the Democrats, you're losing face of what the Republicans are not doing. So that's another thing that bothers me. These Republicans have been wimpy. They have no backbone. Now, this man, no telling what he might do. And the thing that bothers me, he also could put his finger on that nuclear bomb. I hope somebody is right there watching him, keeping an eye on this guy, because I don't trust him. I know there'll be some repercussions of everything and what he's doing and what he's saying. And if you think that a lot of these countries are going, they may be going along with him, but they're also stacking up and trying to do things to protect themselves if something happened. So everybody's not woo-woo and happy about this man, this criminal, this insurrectionist. And the reason I repeat myself, because people have selective memory losses. So when you forget your history, it's bound to repeat itself. And you see it over and over again because we have the wimpy Republicans that refuse, no backbone, to step up. And, America, I keep saying I'll end with God bless America, but we are in trouble with this criminal and this almost like a crime boss that's running this country. Who does he think he is, going to other countries and telling them what to do? I mean, come on. That's not, something has to, they're not, I don't know. It's just craziness with this man, and it'll never stop because he wants to be in the limelight. And the last thing I do want to say is I want to know how many of the Trump names of his family, his children, or whoever, if they have to go to war, if he drafts, how many of their names are going to be on that list to go over there and fight for this country? No, they'll lay back and enjoy what other people have fought and died for, and they won't have their name. And people should speak up when that happens. So Michael, I'm always glad to hear you. And really, I had to laugh with you when you said my friends, because you enjoyed this man.
I'm going to play it again too.
Oh yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you know what they say he cusses all the time.
Yeah, but I think a lot of them do.
Oh yeah, I'm not knocking it. I mean,
No.
whatever. I mean, I'll throw out a little word myself every now and then.
Me too.
Yeah.
Joanne, everyone's opinion is important right here, and welcome. Thanks so much, Joanne. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Michael.
You bet.
Bye-bye.
You better believe it. And I'll play that after the news. CBS will have an update on Iran and all the news coming up here in less than 3 minutes. And then, in case you haven't heard it, I can't imagine you haven't heard it, but I'll play that thing that the president said yesterday, and I just got a kick out of it. I think it's. I don't know why, but it makes me laugh. And not that I'm making fun of him. I think it's the first time I ever heard him being so authentic. I really do. I can't help it. And then, Joanne makes a point about, the Trump, not to have a short memory, but the Trump folks always say, you always have to go back to January 6th. Well, you know what? You always have to go back to Joe Biden. So get a life. Donald Trump's your president now. We're talking about him. You got it? All right. Jake and Cranberry, you're up next. Then Andy. Okay, here we go. I'll be back.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Executive Director of the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission is Rich Fitzgerald in studio. With so much going on internationally, we have such a large Jewish population here.
It seems to have been very successful, what has happened with the president ordered. And again, the ceasefire so far, again, fingers crossed, can maybe bring some long-time relief needed to...
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Hello, KDKA listeners. This is Carlos, owner of Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you have any concerns about any trees on your property, call Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. We have an A+ rating on the Better Business Bureau. To serve your needs best, we have an ISA-certified arborist on staff. We have 32 years experience, 412-884-TREE. We will be your best choice for tree work. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. And remember, we did your neighbor's tree.
Sunday mornings at 6 a.m. on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, it's Tech Vibe Radio. Join hosts Audrey Russo and Jonathan Kirsting from the Pittsburgh Technology Council's Huntington Bank Studios as they bring you a front row seat to Pittsburgh's tech sector.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series presented by University of Pittsburgh announces its 25-26 season at Heinz Hall. 7 events will broaden your perspective and deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Dr. Anthony Fauci, Malcolm Gladwell, historian Doris Kearns Goodwin, former National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster, and National Geographic photographer Christina Mittermeier. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Did you know that now you can listen to all your favorite stations, including this one, shows, and even podcasts, all on the Odyssey app? Download it now.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
He said the sites were, in his words, completely obliterated. Is that possible?
Nobody expects to take out hardened targets like the underground facilities at Natanz and Fordo with a single bombing run.
Joe Cirincione is a national security analyst and author who says damage did set back Iran's nuclear program.
It's just a question of whether it's 6 months, like the Defense Intelligence Agency estimates, or 2 years.
Cirincione says satellite imagery also confirms nuclear material was moved off-site before the attacks. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the Salvadoran man who was deported back to his home country and then returned to the U.S. for federal prosecution on smuggling charges, is set to remain in jail until at least Friday. Lawyers are debating whether the Justice Department can stop him from being deported if he's released from federal custody pending his trial. CBS's Nicole Valdez.
The judge here ruled that they didn't prove that he was in fact a flight risk or a danger and said that he should then be released. But because Abrego Garcia still had an immigration hold, an ICE detainer, as they call it, he wouldn't necessarily just be set free.
Ecuador recaptures a gang leader more than a year after his prison escape in that country. Fugitive drug trafficker Jose Adolfo Macias is wanted in the U.S. He was caught in his hometown of Manta. The extreme heat is about to end for some. CBS News meteorologist David Parkinson.
It feels like temperatures right now in the low 100s, even a 110 or 2 out there. That will begin to fall off as the night goes on. And then as we move into tomorrow and particularly for Friday, temperatures are considerably cooler.
For the Northeast, but still hot in the Southeast tomorrow. A group of Dallas area families and faith leaders is suing Texas over its law requiring the Ten Commandments be posted in public school classrooms.
The federal lawsuit claims the new Texas law is an unconstitutional violation of the separation of church and state. It reads the government should govern, the church should minister. Anything else is a threat to the soul of both our democracy and our faith. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says he's up for the fight.
I defended the Ten Commandments monument on the Texas Capitol grounds. We went to the Supreme Court and won. We will win on this Ten Commandments law also.
Last week, the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals in New Orleans found a similar law in Louisiana to be unconstitutional. Chris Fox for CBS News, Austin.
Duke forward Cooper Flagg is taken by the Dallas Mavericks with the #1 pick in the NBA draft. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Another checkup? Why are so many people getting new puppies?
Dr. Kim's veterinary office is littered with cuteness.
We are booked solid for weeks, but who can say no to a puppy, right? Oh, good boy.
She needs to find extra vet techs to get those pups some extra love.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed. From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
When the air conditioning at a Maryland animal hospital shelter failed, the community came to the rescue.
The heat index in Durwood, Maryland was 105 Monday when the AC gave out at the Montgomery County Animal Shelter. Director Caroline Harefield put out an emergency call for foster care to save the dogs and cats.
They can overheat really, really quickly. It can become a life and death situation.
The shelter's Lygia Gonzalez says within hours they found foster homes for more than 40 animals.
Thankfully, we have a wonderful community who responded so quickly right away.
The AC was fixed the next day. Still, Christian Taylor may take 2 or 3 dogs.
Hopefully foster them for the summer.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Multi-billionaire Amazon founder Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez have arrived in Venice ahead of their star-studded weekend wedding. The nuptials have galvanized a wide assortment of activist groups protesting it as a sign of the growing disparity between the haves and have-nots, as well as disregard of the city's residents. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
There will be a thunderstorm in spots early on this evening, otherwise partly cloudy, warm and sticky, with a low of 73. With clouds and sunshine, very warm and humid tomorrow with a couple of thunderstorms around and a high of 88. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Crisis in the Middle East. Immediate updates as they happen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Michael Bartley with you. So, you know that news report about those pets getting overheated? They lost power. And I got that thing from Duquesne Light last night about there could be some quick power outages because of the amount of energy used for... You know, when it feels like temperature in triple digits, everyone's using their air conditioner. And didn't it happen? Twice last night. Off and on, off and on. So, and I think everything's fine now. But anyway, so Joanne was talking about when I was going on yesterday. What time was I did Marty's show yesterday? I couldn't get enough of my favorite soundbite of the week because Monday night it was Trump announced that Iran and Israel is a ceasefire. And I always take him with a grain of salt. So, because didn't Israel and Iran bomb the heck out of each other that night? So then the next morning, Trump was so mad getting on the helicopter, and it was like the first. I just thought, oh man, he's kind of authentic today, because I always think he's overstating everything. But here was my favorite soundbite of the week.
We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing.
I can't stop laughing at it. I'm sorry. I just, it's like being walking down the streets in Pittsburgh. I'm giving him credit on that one. I really am. All right. Here we go. Back to the phones. Jake in Cranberry. Jake, you're on KDKA. Welcome back.
Howdy, Michael.
Hi.
Go through some things real quick. You're in, I guess, the presence of greatness when Dick from Dayton calls. When I moved back here, I first heard Dick from Dayton calling Rick Gilmore in Cleveland at WTAM 1100, and I said, "Who is this character, Dick from Dayton? And why is he calling Cleveland?"
He's a legendary guy. I love him.
570 WKBN in Youngstown, KDKA, everywhere. Within the last year, I heard him on national shows. I heard him on with Larry Elder, the white supremacy. He ran for governor, ran for president, and Mark Levin, who worked in the Reagan White House. Dick from Dayton was on his show.
Wow.
So ask Dick, who's the most famous? What's the most famous show you've been on? Because I didn't listen to Rush Limbaugh a lot. I don't know if Dick ever got in, because he was the number one guy, right?
Yeah.
But if you would ask Dick what's the most famous show he's ever been on.
I will. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had two uncles who listened to Rush Limbaugh. You could not. Like, if we had a luncheon or a breakfast or something, they wouldn't meet you there because Rush Limbaugh was on. They would never miss Rush Limbaugh's show. Never.
So, first of all, Joanne, there's no draft anymore. So Trump's kids ain't getting drafted, and neither is anybody else. Stay no draft. Bishop, stop being like James Tarpley, the famous JT caller of KDKA fame, because JT worked at the convenience store, and he'd be on the phone while working the register at the convenience store, and somebody'd be like, "No, I said the Salem Light 100."
Wait, I didn't. Wait a minute, I don't remember this. How long ago?
Oh, he's been gone for 10 years or something.
Oh, wow.
now.
Okay,
but he was famous all through the year. He was on with Fred Hansberger and Mike Pentak and everybody. If you ask anybody,
I'll ask the guys tomorrow. I will.
Yeah. But Bishop, turn off your radio or stop working at the convenience store. Whatever you're doing in the background, it confuses all the callers or all the listeners. And you hear when Michael Bartley's trying to talk to you, and this noise is going on in the background, and I'm like, "Oh my God, Bishop, turn it off, turn off the TV, turn off the radio, whatever's going on." The farmer in Creighton.
Yeah.
You know what? What liberals used to do was always say, "Well, let's stop going after the workers in the field who might be illegal, and let's go after the people who hire them." Remember, there was a big fight against Tyson Chicken. There was a big fight against Walmart because they were both hiring illegals all the time. Well, you know what? Is it time to go after our good farmer from Creighton? Because he's the one hiring them. I'm saying.
Yeah.
So
I know what you're saying.
now,
I know.
let's remember, and I asked you this question, you didn't have an answer, and I asked around, I never heard an answer. Remember the bill that Biden and the Democrats were coming forth with, and was gonna fix the border forever. We're gonna have legislation, but big mean old Trump, who wasn't even elected yet, told all the Republicans not to vote for it. Remember that bill?
Yeah. I don't remember the specifics of it. That's been a while, and I mean, I know the subject you're talking about, yeah.
And my question always was, who are these conservatives that were going to vote for this, but Trump said don't do it? Nobody ever had an answer. It doesn't matter, because all they were saying was, we need this legislation to fix the border. Michael, you know this because you're a newsman. We have illegal border crossings at the lowest rate in recorded history of the United States. Is there any legislation? No. It's just people got the job done. Tom Homan, ICE, the Border Patrol, allowed to do their job. What do we have now? A couple hundred a month instead of thousands?
I don't know what the numbers are, but I can tell you these numbers.
Trump history from CBS News.
Trump consistently, since they've been polling him, his presidency, the numbers that are favorable to him are immigration and deportation. People like his work on it. Everything else is kind of in the tank, but immigration and deportation, I think he's making headway. I think with the American people, I think so.
Right.
I think so.
You're right.
I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that's not happening.
And thank you for being a Democrat that doesn't try to fight tooth and nail against an 80-20 issue, right? I appreciate that.
Yeah, because I just I think people should. No matter if you're a Democrat or Republican, because it happens on both sides. Opinions are opinion, but you know what? When it comes to facts, I think people should not try to have alternative facts. It's sort of like the U.S. Steel. It's like the U.S. Steel. It's like the U.S. Steel Nippon deal. I was 100% for it. I'm also 100% for fracking, and I can't stand.
Nice.
I can't stand. Don't worry. The socialists attack me in the Democratic Party. Don't kid yourself. But on a lot of the social issues, I'm way to the left of you. I think. I don't know. But just back your opinion up with facts, and I'm okay with it. I'm fine. It's all right.
And the people who say stuff about Trump, and he had the people before. He had Rick Grinnell as his ambassador. He appointed Rick Grinnell to run the Kennedy Center for the Arts, which is a big to-do for everybody down there. Scott Pressler and the Secretary of the Treasury. They're all homosexual men that got Trump elected, right? And he doesn't care that they're gay. He doesn't care.
I never thought. I don't know how you got to that, but I never thought Trump cared.
I wasn't saying you.
But I never thought. I never thought Trump cared. He's the New York City guy. And
absolutely.
If you're a homophobe in New York, you better pack your bags and get out. But a lot of the people around, that
the leftists that say it.
Yeah, maybe. I knew a lot of gay people that worked for George Bush and Bush the son. But the sad part is that I don't think Trump's a homophobe, but he's latched onto this heritage, throwing gay people out of the military and all this type stuff, and removing Harvey Milk name from a boat, a man who protected people from getting beaten and murdered because of how God made them. That's sickening, and Trump's going along with it.
So let's go back to the you talked about.
And this segment's almost up, Jake. So go ahead. You got about 30 seconds.
Brush with fame. Me and my nephew loaded up and went to New York City to audition for The Ultimate Fighter. It was the reality show that the UFC put on. And while we're in there sparring, who comes through but Dana White, who owns the UFC, and Donald J. Trump. And you're absolutely correct. As you've talked about him before, he's a schmoozer. He just worked the room, and it didn't matter who it was or where you were from. We're all there because that was the way to get a contract.
Do you remember Trump in the Oval Office with Mike Pence, and it made the news? And Jake, I got to go here, but we can talk tomorrow night. I'm here tomorrow night too, and we'll have plenty of time, way more time tomorrow night. And Trump said. And the people that work for Trump, they were laughing their butts off because he's like, do you know the vice president? He wants to kill gay people. Do you remember that? He was making fun of Pence. Do you remember that? And I was like, oh, my God, he said that. And Pence, I guess Pence was sort of, what's that word like when you don't have any expression? I can't remember, but it was, and Trump was... making fun of Pence for being such a homophobe. You know what I mean? For being such a homophobe. All right, Jake, I got to go. Thanks for the call. Andy, you're next. But, geez, I'm over in this segment.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
Another checkup? Why are so many people getting new puppies?
Dr. Kim's veterinary office is littered with cuteness.
We are booked solid for weeks, but who can say no to a puppy, right? Oh, good boy.
She needs to find extra vet techs to get those pups some extra love.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed. From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Injured? This is attorney Ed Shenderovich of Shenderovich and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%, and we guarantee we'll win your case or you pay nothing. So call us at 888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
All the news you need for your day and the sports, music, and podcasts you love are all on the free Odyssey app. Download now.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, Michael Bartley, I'm here until 10 o'clock. By the way, I'm here tomorrow night, 6 to 10. All right, back to the phones. God forbid I'd cut this guy short. Andy, one of my superstars. Andy and Butler, you're on KDKA.
Hey, good evening, Michael. How are you doing tonight?
Fine, how are you?
I'm good.
Good.
Hey, I believe the other day, I think it was Representative Al Green. Was it Al Green? Yeah. He brought impeachment proceedings against President Trump. And 128 Democrats voted with Republicans to say no to that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, impeach him about what?
Well, I don't know.
I mean, Republicans. You know, I saw a meme today about Republicans wanted to tried to impeach, and they did impeach Clinton for getting a you-know-what in the Oval Office. It was a meme. You know, you see that stuff. And they let Trump do this and do that, do this and do that. It was kind of funny, but I think I wouldn't impeach him on what did he do now? I don't think there's anything there.
He didn't do anything before either.
Al Green, where's Al Green from? I don't know that name. I'm gonna look it up. Go ahead.
I might have the name wrong. I thought it was Al Green, but it's the senator who got removed from the representative that got removed from the State of the Union address.
His name is Al Green. Yeah, you're right. He's Democrats joined the GOP to kill the vote impeaching Trump. You're right about the numbers. Al Green is might be California, but I don't know. No, I'm sorry. He's Texas, Harris County, Texas.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if I had a name right. I thought I did, but I wasn't sure.
You had him.
Okay. And I heard that Mike Pence had good words for Trump about how he handled the Iran situation.
I heard that too. I absolutely.
So everybody that thought that Mike Pence would never have anything good to say about Trump again after that.
I don't know about that. I think Pence is culturally he gets under my skin, but I hear he's kind of a decent guy.
I think he is. I think he's a great guy.
Yeah.
Okay. I understand there were differences of opinion, but there's always going to be differences of opinion.
Of course.
Yeah. Okay. Look, whether you want to say obliterated was too strong of a word or not, and it was funny because when you read the definition of obliterated, you were talking about
covering it up. So it might apply.
Covered up and out of sight.
Yeah.
These nuclear facilities were 300 feet underground, so they're already covered up.
Yeah, I know, but you know what the issue is, and they had. I know you do.
But I know the issue. Can we look at the result?
Yeah, go ahead.
The result: we've got a ceasefire.
Mm-hmm.
All right. It might be a shaky ceasefire. Okay. It might be not a perfect ceasefire, but we have a ceasefire. Okay.
Yeah.
What else do we have? We have Hamas may be looking to renegotiate. We have Iran, possibly, hopefully, was reported, but we'll see if it happens or not, going to get into discussions with the United States. And the idea that you can't have a nuclear weapon is going to be...
And I got news for you. If this happens, and some of the experts in Iran not here, Trump's status internationally is going to improve. If there's a regime change, and I think there could be.
There could be, but if that happens, that needs to come from within, not from us, and that's why Trump said we don't need a regime change. It would take a lot of chaos, and he even said that needs to come from them.
Yeah. But my issue, Andy, too, though, is that they did the bombing Saturday night. They did the bombing Saturday night, Andy, and then and it's first of all. Air Force pilots do not get offended and go crying in the corner because someone insulted them. They don't. Number two, the description.
No, but
you don't call it fake news because generals are saying that this is. We still have to wait and see. There could have been uranium taken to someone's condo in downtown Tehran. We don't know all that, and we have to get in there and check it out.
Right.
Yeah.
You're right. We don't know that, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But we are closer to knowing that now than we were before
because
there is a ceasefire in place.
Yes, we are.
And there is the possibility that Iran is going to go enter into talks.
Mm-hmm.
So, look, I realize Trump says the things Trump says,
Thanks,
and you can always count on there being hyperbole there. All I'm saying is look where we're actually at and judge him on that.
Right, fair enough.
Let me ask you a question.
And don't tell me you didn't laugh your butt off when you heard him say the F word. I did.
I loved it.
Me too.
I did. I loved it.
I couldn't help it. I
actually agree with you. I thought it was the most authentic I've heard him in a long time.
Me too. Go ahead.
Okay. Let me ask you a question, okay?
Yeah, because I only have about a minute and a half. Go ahead.
All right, we're going to go quick.
Go.
What did Barack Obama get a Nobel Peace Prize for?
A Nobel Peace Prize. Obama got one. It's escaping my mind.
He got one for nothing. He got one for being elected. That was it. He got it after he was elected, before he did anything. So he got a Nobel Peace Prize for being elected, okay? Trump is not going to get a Nobel Peace Prize, even if he brings peace to the Middle East, because the Nobel Committee will never give him one.
It says that Obama got it because of extraordinary efforts to strengthen international diplomacy and cooperation between peoples. I don't know what that means. That's so. Why is this? Because you're just saying this is nebulous in general.
I'm saying he got it right after he got elected, before he had a chance to do anything.
Wait a minute. Wait. In his efforts to foster a new climate in international relations. I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
And let me ask you this, and I know we're out of time.
Hurry up, because I have a last question for you. Go ahead.
Okay. So, did you think Watergate was bad?
Bad?
Bad. How about a yes? Watergate was bad. Okay.
Yeah.
Watergate was bad. Watergate was one night of a break into a hotel room where papers were stolen. Okay. Biden's term as president was 4 years that we didn't know who ran the auto pen, because we've had testimony now from one of his advisors that ran the auto pen, and she says she never knew exactly where the authorization came from. She knows she just got authorization to sign something using the auto pen. She doesn't know if Joe Biden wanted it signed or not. So if you want to talk Watergate was bad, and it was, one night stealing papers out of a hotel room, because I know you say, well, we always go to a January 6th, and they always go to
there you go. Wait. Hey, Andy. Okay, wait. I got 10 seconds. Last week when you got off the phone, some of the callers were like, boy, I'd love to hear Andy and Craig debate. Would you do it? All right, think about it. Wait, we're going to bring it up tomorrow night. I got to go.
The weather is heating up, and so are the great savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. Save with your Coons Reward Card. All natural pork baby back ribs, $2.99 a pound. Whole seedless watermelons, $3.99 each. And selected varieties of budget saver pops, 12 to 18 count packages, $2.99 each. Additional savings in our meat department. All natural fresh chicken thighs or drumsticks, $1.29 a pound. And frozen, ready-to-grill swordfish steaks, 8-ounce average, $4.79 each. In our produce department, fresh southern sweet corn, $3.99 a dozen. And sweet Northwest cherries are $1.99 a pound. In our deli department, Eat and Serve Coons Ham Barbecue, $4.99 a pound. And old-time oven-roasted turkey breast is $8.99 a pound. And this week, selected varieties of Kraft barbecue sauce, 17.5 to 18-ounce bottles, 99 cents each.
So get into Coons Market for these hot savings now. Coons Market, your neighborhood grocer. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want while you sleep. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. Wake up to your friends. Weekday mornings on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh.
CBS News Brief. President Trump says Iran's nuclear facilities were obliterated despite an initial U.S. intel assessment finding the U.S. strikes only set back Iran's nuclear program by months. CBS's Charlie D'Agata at the Pentagon.
Since these targets, as you've seen, deep underground, that can only show so much. You have to keep relying on, intercepting phone calls and ideally getting someone on the ground.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia will remain in a Tennessee prison until at least Friday as lawyers in his human smuggling case argue over his detention.
The best that the judge could do was to encourage the federal prosecutors to engage with the Department of Homeland Security to see if, in fact, they would be willing to release and not detain Garcia.
Loyola Law School professor Lori Levinson. Relief for some who spent days drenched in sweat with dozens of record-breaking temps. CBS News meteorologist David Parkinson.
The good news is this is it. There will be no more records tomorrow. Today is the final day of the heat wave.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Tonight it will be warm and sticky with a thunderstorm in spots early, otherwise a partly cloudy sky, a low of 73, and then a very warm and humid day tomorrow with clouds and sunshine. There will be a couple of thunderstorms around with a high of 88. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. On the Big K Morning Show tomorrow, we'll continue to follow developments in the Middle East between Israel and Iran and the outcome from the NATO summit.
Okay, that's Larry tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. I forgot to ask Andy and Butler what he thinks of Marjorie Taylor Greene and the other MAGA folks tearing Trump apart. Oh, man. And Trump met with Zelensky today and intimated we're going to send more military aid to Ukraine. I'm happy about that. But the MAGA people aren't happy about it. That's not America first. All this stuff in Iran is not America first. So we can talk about all that tomorrow night. Okay. Oh, we got the frontline callers tonight. Here is Craig in West Virginia. Hi, Craig.
How you doing tonight, Michael?
I'm all right. How are you?
Not bad, not bad.
I didn't get Andy's answer yet. We'll have tomorrow night. I ran out of time to ask him about the debate. But I think it would be a lot of fun. I do.
I like now everybody that listens, they're going to wonder what was Andy's answer going to be.
I know, and I was up against the break, and we got to get off on time. I'll get him tomorrow night, and I'll ask him. But we want to do it in person. I want both of you guys to come here. We can figure it out. Well, if you guys are, I don't know. And then you have to approve of the area of, this could be fun. You know what? Because, when I mentioned this I don't think Andy heard me last week. I think when Andy's done with his call, he doesn't listen anymore. But I got a lot of reaction from listeners saying, that would be so wonderful on both sides of the aisle. They'd love to hear you guys, I think. I think it'd be fun.
Must-see TV, no doubt about it.
Yep, exactly.
I really had nothing to call about today, but when I heard you say that you had Jake and Andy back-to-back, I knew they would give me material. I knew that. So I just called in and let them talk, and I got stuff to say. Jake was talking about who are these Republicans that were going to vote for the border bill with Biden. Jake, the person who sponsored the bill is James Langford, a Republican from Oklahoma. He wrote the bill. And you needed 60 votes for that bill to pass. When they did their mock vote, they had 78 votes to pass that bill before Donald Trump opened his mouth and said, vote against it. It'll make Joe Biden look good.
Good information.
And then by tomorrow night, I will have the names of the people who did. I know one for sure was Lisa Murkowski.
Yeah.
What's that lady from Maine?
Her name is...
You know who I mean.
Exactly, yeah. Susan Collins.
Susan Collins, exactly. Yeah, she was another one. But
Did you watch the story on CBS Sunday Morning about Lisa Murkowski?
I did.
I did too. I think a lot of people watched that. She's pretty impressive. She doesn't kowtow to anybody. She's her own person, boy. And
she's one of the
she may switch to independent, and she'll still win in Alaska.
Well, she's one of the few, and that's even on both sides, that know why she is sitting there. She really is. She just comes right out and says, why she is there.
She doesn't care about Trump. She doesn't care about Biden. She only cares about her constituents and what they want.
Exactly.
Isn't that always been the case with decent politicians rather than kissing up to Trump or whatever it is? You know what I mean?
Well, I still believe that, November 8th of 2016, we turned politics into a sports team. They don't care how they win, just as long as you win. And she's not buying into that. Then you got Andy calling in, which I knew was going to give me more material. He wants to break out Wikipedia and find the definition of obliterated. Are you kidding me? Break out Wikipedia and find what the definition of a cult is, and then call back in and let me know what you got to say. He talked about they broke in to an apartment and took some papers for Watergate. Andy,
that was about lying. The president of the United States lied to the American people, just like Clinton did.
Well, here the reality of it is that they broke into the DNC headquarters and wired the conference room so they could hear what was going on in the DNC headquarters. So they didn't break into an apartment and take a menu from the Chinese place down the street. It was a DNC headquarters, Andy. But like I said, I really had nothing to talk about. The Trump thing, cussing.
And the president of the United States is the one that gave the direction to do it.
Gave the direction to do it.
Yeah.
So this wasn't just, a minor thing. And then he lied about it. There were, 160 minutes of tapes deleted, erased. It was a big deal. It was a big deal.
Listen, and it was also, it was another example, Craig, and they were going to get him because it was the cover-up. The cover-up was worse than the crime. It was a major cover-up.
Well, exactly, and that's the same thing with Trump. Listen, I have researched the Cornell Law Library for all 94 felony counts on Donald Trump. The man should have been not allowed to even run for president. But you know what? He did. He won. So now we got to deal with it. But it's not a political thing. I researched it, what it takes to even file those charges. And I blame a lot of this on Jack Smith. He should have taken 94 felonies and dropped it down to about 10 felonies and just went with the 10 strongest ones, and we would not be in this position.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I still don't understand that 94 count felony thing. It should have been 10. The Mar-a-Lago classified documents, that was a slam dunk. I have researched every single law that evolves around that. You're going to hear the people call in and talk about, well, Biden and Pence. Biden and Pence followed the law exactly what you should have done when you found those documents. Donald Trump did not do that. But, you know, like I said, I knew I had nothing to talk about. The cussing thing didn't bother me. I cuss when I order food at Bob Evans, you know. I'd like an effing order of meatloaf. Make sure there's extra effing gravy on the mashed potatoes.
I love meatloaf. Oh, man.
You know, the cussing thing didn't bother me, but when you got those,
I thought it was hilarious. I don't know. I did, and I thought that I don't know. And some of the Democrats got mad at me yesterday. You know what they were calling me in the KDKA newsroom? They were calling me MAGA Mike because I said they are yesterday calling me MAGA Mike. Here comes MAGA Mike because I gave Trump some credit for finally looking like it's authentic. He doesn't even look authentic to me when he's doing a State of the Union speech or anything like that. But he did yesterday when he said two countries that don't know what the F they're doing. I was laughing. I thought that was like, you know, that's credible.
You know, it was the first time I heard him tell the truth since 2016. It really is. They've been fighting for 100 years over there.
They have been, you know. They have been. Yeah. Craig, have a great night, my friend.
All right, Andy. We're waiting for your answer, Andy.
We'll get him tomorrow night. Don't worry. All right, my last caller, Sam in Washington, PA. I think that's where you are, Sam. You're on KDKA.
Hey, Michael. How you doing?
Fine. How are you, Samaroo?
Pretty good. So the reason I'm calling
Wait, are you driving right now?
I am driving. Can you not hear me great or
No,
something?
I hear you beautifully. I wanted to know, did you see, are you in Washington County right now? Was there bad storms there tonight?
Over by the Mon Valley there was.
Oh,
but
okay,
not around
okay.
here.
All right, okay. All right, go ahead.
The reason I called in tonight, Michael, I wanted to get your thoughts on the mayor election over in New York City. I know the big of me calling in has been, you know, I agree with you where I'm an independent, but I hate the progressive movement, and I want the Democrats to move away from it. And I feel like this was a huge setback in them moving away from it because all the press that I've seen has been like this race will determine the future of the Democratic Party. And I don't want that to be the future of the Democratic Party.
You know what? Listen to me, Sam. I totally, unequivocally agree with you on your assessment, with the exception that it's an indication of how the Democratic Party would go. Because I disagreed with the national media who said the same thing about the Pittsburgh's mayor's race that I was very happy with. And because Corey O'Connor described himself as a socialist in the commercials, but he's not. I don't even think Ed Gainey's a socialist, but they follow the socialists. They're afraid of them in this. I'm not. But I was no fan of, we'll see what this guy can. I always think the socialists can't govern. I really do. Sam, can you, I got to take a break. Can you stay right there?
Absolutely.
Stay right there. Don't you leave. I don't think at all that it's you know, a barometer of how the party's going to go. But I do think it's sad that the MAGA folks today are tearing into this guy's religion. I guess he's Muslim. I know a lot of Muslim people, and they preach peace. But Charlie Kirk, that one of the MAGA people, 24 years ago, a group of Muslims killed people on 9/11. Now a Muslim socialist is on pace to run New York City. New York City has fallen, Donald Trump Jr. wrote. So if an Irish guy or a Catholic or a Jewish person or a Protestant is responsible for a mass shooting, we're supposed to blame all the Catholics and Jewish people and Protestants? I don't think so. Man, idiots. How they could extrapolate that from this guy, a highly educated man, winning the mayoral election. Come on. And I'm not the expert on the New York mayor's race. I used to love New York politics, but I'm not a fan of Andrew Cuomo, and I don't know who this guy is, but he might be. Maybe he's going to be good. Who knows? I don't know. All right, I'll be back, and Sam, I want to make sure you get the time for your last comments. I'll be back.
It's the little things, the information you need, people you know, the little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series presented by University of Pittsburgh announces its 25-26 season at Heinz Hall. 7 events will broaden your perspective and deepen your understanding of the world around you. Featuring Dr. Anthony Fauci, Malcolm Gladwell, historian Doris Kearns Goodwin, former Russian political prisoner Vladimir Kara-Murza, and geopolitical economist Pippa Malmgren. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
The popularity of cremation is on the rise. Unfortunately, so is the cost. I'm Dustin D'Alessandro, supervisor and funeral director. To keep the cost down, the Thomas M. Smith Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Blawnox and the D'Alessandro Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Lawrenceville have on-site crematories. By performing the cremation on-site without losing custody of the remains, our funeral homes can defray those costs and pass the savings on to you. Our fee for a direct cremation is only $1,250. This low-cost, direct cremation offer is available to all residents of Allegheny County. Surrounding counties will incur a slight additional fee based on mileage. Contact us with questions or to schedule an appointment by calling the Blawnox office at 412-828-5700 or our Lawrenceville office at 412-682-6500. Our websites are thomasmsmithfuneralhome.com and delisandroltd.com.
Head to PNC Park on Sunday, June 29th for a family fun day when the Bucks take on the New York Mets at 1:35 p.m. Arrive early to PNC Park and enjoy the Family Fun Zone on Federal Street, presented by C&M Play Studio, with fun for the entire family. Plus, all kids 14 and under take home a replica Mitch Keller jersey, thanks to Sheets. And be sure to stay after the game for Kids Run the Bases, presented by Chicken of the Sea. Get your tickets now at pirates.com/familyfundays.
When it comes to DSPs, usability matters. Some platforms bury you in complexity. Results-driven advertising shouldn't look like a chemistry experiment. Viant's AI-powered DSP streamlines setup, automates measurement and optimization, and keeps you in control. Less clicking, more strategy. And with proven CTV leadership across premium publishers, Viant works smarter and delivers stronger. Why are you still trading on a desk? Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Information when it happens from the Middle East. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Okay, Michael Bartley back with you. It's my last segment. Oh, boy. Okay, Sam, I don't even know how to say the guy's... He was a state rep, Mamdani, and he crushed Cuomo pretty good, So, but I don't know. We're gonna have to wait and see. And Cuomo was way ahead until just a few weeks ago. But this guy built a pretty fascinating conglomerate of people with this campaign.
Sorry, I didn't hear the last 20 seconds of what you said. But I guess I'm just kind of disappointed in all of this because I think it sets the Democrats even further back. I thought, the resounding message after Trump won was, we have to move back to the center. We have to, we have to understand the concerns of ordinary voters and their values. And I feel like he is the face of, the young, progressive, highly educated people my age that, went to liberal arts school and have all these wacky views about foreign policy and public safety. And I was looking at his platform online the day before the election, and I was looking at his, none of them make sense. Even, sometimes I'll disagree with a policy, but I'll still get where people are coming from and why they believe it. Looking at his policies, they don't even make sense. Using social workers to replace police.
Yeah, I was just going to, Sam, I hate to interrupt you, but his views on the New York City Police Department is sort of troubling for me. It really is. And listen, I think the police thing brought down Ed Gainey in Pittsburgh. I mean, you don't defund the police, you refund the police.
Well, what I don't get is he wasn't using the term defund, and he was saying all this stuff about, we're going to use social workers to free the police to do police things. That doesn't even make sense to me. Like, if someone is in the streets, violently suffering from a drug overdose, I don't want a social worker to come up and coddle that person.
I understand that. I do.
It's okay.
Yeah. But we gotta give. But listen, let me tell you something. He's not elected yet, as you know. He's the Democratic nominee, which I know. But hey, Rudy Giuliani was elected as a Republican mayor, so we're gonna have to wait and see here. He's not elected yet, but I'm not gonna sit here and pretend I know a lot about it. I didn't even know how to pronounce the guy's name, Mamdani, I believe it is, Zohan Mamdani, but he captivated a wide swath, more than just progressive socialists in New York City.
Well, his message to the working class was basically, free groceries, free buses. And, it's not like, you always take Fox News with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
But I was looking at an article from Fox News that, said how much all of his programs were going to cost. And then I looked that up and read articles from other sources that weren't right-wing, and they were saying the same thing. Like, how is he going to pay for all of this? And they pointed out that the progressive mayor of Chicago ran on some of the same things, like free public transportation, and it never got anywhere because how on earth is anybody going to pay for it?
I don't disagree. I don't, and we're going to have to wait and see. We are. We just have to, if he's elected come November, we'll see. But I'll tell you what, there are a lot of big money people in New York City who will put up the money if he falters, especially with the police department. Hey, I'm going to tell you something. The old story, and it was a Republican governor, and it was Cuomo. Who they can to have a gay marriage in New York City. It was Republicans on Wall Street who had gay kids. So listen, not everybody in New York is some liberal Democrat. It's not true, Sam, thanks for the call. Call me anytime, okay?
Yep. Hey, you have a good night.
You too.
And do you have time to comment on one more thing?
Yeah, but you got 20 seconds. That's about it.
Okay. As far as he's a Muslim mayor, he's going to destroy New York. Yeah, that's not appropriate. But I think where a lot of the frustration comes from is he has said some really nasty things about Israel, and about that the state shouldn't exist and the people should go back to Europe, and it's a big, imperialist colony. And it's true and I think he, brought out that hate by going to the other extreme.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry to hear that. All right. Hey, Sam, I'll be here tomorrow night. You know what? We can talk more about the New York City mayor's race because thanks, Sam. Thanks a lot. I wonder. It's a good topic for tomorrow. Is this a barometer? I don't think so because I didn't think the Pittsburgh mayor's race was a barometer. I didn't. Because, NBC was the one that did that story, that if Corey O'Connor won, this was a victory for the establishment Democrats like me, the middle of the road people like me. And I think it was, but is it the future, Brum? I don't know. Hey, on the other side, there are Republicans who can't wait to get Trump out, who can't wait till his term's up so they can get their party back. Believe me, it's true.